Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. Welcome. Welcome. Wow, what a show do we have in store for you. In a few minutes, we're going to have a very special guest joining us via Skype, L.A. Marzulli. That is right. L.A. is going to be... You know you've done something right when L.A. shows up to your show. And, man, let me tell you, it is going to be an honor to talk to him here in a few minutes. And I just can't wait. He is like one of my heroes in the awakening process. And we'll talk with him in a few minutes. Let's do a little bit of housekeeping, though, before we kick over to our very special guest. If you are joining us on YouTube, thank you very much. Hit that subscribe button on the way out or on the way in. That will help us out tremendously. For those that are watching us on Facebook Live, and I know there are a lot of you, you will see a message scroll across the screen. And yes, it is batting 100%. Facebook, for whatever reason, will cut our feed at any time. Even though we are a child-friendly show. We don't swear, we don't cuss. Obviously there is something in our message that we put out there that Facebook doesn't like. So if you are listening to us on Facebook, thank you for joining us. But when you get disconnected or when we get disconnected, I will let you know that I won't be able to restart the feed for a few minutes. And so the best way to do it is go to the Midnight Ocean on YouTube. If you want to watch the inside studio, if you want to watch the cameras here in the studio, see my ugly mug talking to you. So it happens. It's happened 100%. For the last 2 weeks that we've been doing the show and pumping it out to Facebook Live, we have been disconnected at one point or another during the show for whatever reason. So I think it's just a technology thing. I don't think they quite have the technology down yet. But join us on Facebook. Or, of course, you can always just go to our website, themidnightocean.com, and listen to us on Spreaker and many of our affiliate stations. And, of course, I would be amiss if I don't mention Twitter. Follow us on Twitter, the MN Ocean. That's the MN Ocean there on Twitter as well. We won't spam you. I promise. We will only send you content that is pertinent to the show. Yeah, I'm a big anti-spammer. So you don't have to worry about me sending you pictures and tweets about cute little cats hanging in there. Even though they're cool, I'm not going to do it. There's a time and a place for that. Tonight's show is brought to you by a generous donation from Scott Lemriel. That's right. Scott he's been a guest, and he's actually helping us continue to get the message out by his contribution to the show. So I'd be amiss if I don't say thank you, Scott, for your donation and your contribution. The other thing, too, is Scott's got a new video out there at Parallel Time. That's paralleltime.com, PARALLELTIME.com. Take a look at his website. He completely redesigned it with his videos and articles and such and everything. So take a look at that as well and help support him. I'll also say I was in contact with Brendan, another guest, Liver Medic Brendan, today. Yes, I am on the 30-day routine, and as promised, I will give you guys the status of that. I don't know if you want to know the status. So their customer support was outstanding there at Liver Medic. I experienced, obviously it's a cleansing product. It's a liver cleansing product. So you can only imagine the phone call, the conversation. Is this supposed to be happening? And I was assured through his great customer support line and everything that, yes, this is normal. And I can already tell you the effects. Now, I was warned I have about 2 days of euphoria, and then I have about 2 days of where the toxins, they get flushed out of your system, and I'm not going to be in a good mood. So I'm just giving you guys the heads up. But with that, there's no reason to go any further into that conversation. But I did promise you guys that I would share my experience with the Liver Medic liver cleansing product, and also the Cadium. I want to say it's Candida cleansing, which that's some nasty stuff. Look it up. Candida. It is a natural forming fungus that everybody has. And there are many theories about it out there. And man, I can tell you, I will tell you this. I thought I had psoriasis, or my doctors thought. It is already clearing up. Psoriasis, right? And it's already clearing up. It's amazing. It's amazing stuff. I'm going to tell my doctor about this stuff. And so take a look at that. And as promised, I will keep you guys abreast on how I do. Wow, that's not the intro that a gentleman such as L.A. should have to do, but hey, he understands we have to take care of business around here. So on the line, we have L.A. Marzulli, is an author, lecturer, and filmmaker. He has penned 10 books, including the Nephilim trilogy, which made the CBA bestsellers list. He received an honorary doctorate for the series from his mentor, Dr. I.D.E. Thomas, who was the provost at Pacific International University. His series on the Trail of the Nephilim is a full-color, oversized book which uncovers startling evidence that there has been a massive cover-up of what he believes are the remains of the Nephilim, the giant mentioned in the Bible. L.A. is on the trail, and we're gonna hear it directly from him. Hey, L.A., thanks for joining us, my friend. L.A. Oh, he is there. and he is turned up. What is going on? Let's see here.
2.
Yeah, there you go. Hey, LA, how are you? Can you hear me, sir? Sounds like you got a microphone issue. Yep, I hear your microphone. I hear it clicking. We hear it clicking. So let's do this, LA. I'm going to drop the connection and then we're going to reconnect. And we're going to see if that works. Yeah, there you go. We will. That's the thing about live. Doing live shows such as the one that we are doing here.
I love live radio. How's that sound?
There you go. Much better, my friend.
Good.
Much, much better. I was like, oh no. I'm not going to be able to talk to one of my heroes tonight.
Well, I appreciate the compliment, but thank you. I mean, what can I say?
Well, yeah. Hey, look. I mean, you are. It's so funny because I was laughing. I have talked to everybody that's worked with you, pretty much, on the show. And it was funny because I'm like, when am I going to be able to talk to LA? And it's kind of like the whole grasshopper, in due time. In due time, grasshopper. In due time. And then so finally, one of the guests said, here's LA's contact information. I was hinting around it. And stuff to every one of them. Because I know Dr. Michael Heiser and, and all those guys. And I was, I had, pretty much everybody you went to Peru with has been on the show.
Sure.
And, Five Eagles and everybody. And it was funny because I dropped these little hints about, well, you worked with LA and, and so finally, I think one of them said, look, Jeff, it's kind of like, yeah, we all got together and we figured here, we'll give you the secret email address. So I appreciate you joining us and spending time with our guests. And for a lot of those that don't know, LA and basically why I think, how do I say this? The reason why you're on that pedestal for me is because one of the issues that I've always had, I'm a scientist by training. I'm an engineer by training.
Okay.
And I'm also a Christian by heart. And the problem that I've always had was reconciling the two, number one. And then the other thing is then you throw this passion that I have, and obviously with the Midnight Ocean is paranormal. So, these are definitely water and oil. I thought for the longest time, I always thought that these did not paranormal Christianity, science. They're opposing forces. And a lot of your research, a lot of the things that you bring to the table and has just fascinated me is the ability to bring the paranormal, the science in line with the Christian doctrine or teachings. And so, I go to, it's amazing because I go to my Christian friends and they're like, UFOs, you can't believe in UFOs. You can't believe in aliens. There's, the Bible. And I always throw them your direction. And say, look, you need to listen to the Watcher series, and if you get it on your cable TV or whatever, or go out there and listen to this, because LA, you bring that so it makes sense. It makes biblical sense to a lot of us.
And I got to tell you that thank you for that. And just since we're doing this, I have to say it, because if I don't say it, I'll be in error. But, I cast my crown at the feet of my Savior because I know who I am. And I know that anything I might be to someone is only because of what he's done in my life, how he's changed it, how he's molded it and shaped it over 36 years. I've been a Christian for 36 years. And that's, anything I may appear to be or any type of, I should be dead by now. Seriously. I should have died 30 years ago. But, I came out of Woodstock. I came out of the occult. I came out of the whole drug culture. I'm 66 years old in a couple of months in December. So I was at Woodstock. I was immersed in the Beatles and the hippie era and Eastern mysticism, Eric von Daniken's Chariot of the Gods. I lived it. I walked it. I was there. My third eye was opened by a guru. So, I've been on both sides of the aisle, and that's why I think that God allowed it to happen. So when I became 40 years old, and I already been a Christian for 10 years, and I had laid all that down, all the occult stuff, the UFO stuff, everything. I was just immersed in Bible study. And then at 40, he kind of reopened the door, and he said, okay, now that you're sort of rooted and grounded in the biblical prophetic narrative, now look at where you just came from and realize there are millions of people who are still embracing this particular paradigm. And that began my walk for the next, 26 years of constant research and going out. Really, I consider myself a watchman, but I'm also a Christian apologist. And what I mean by that is I take exactly what you were talking about, the idea of UFOs, and reconcile it with the biblical prophetic narrative. And most of us Christians, we've got the goods, and yet people don't really want to deal with the supernatural. And yet our book, which we read day after day after day, we hear about every Sunday, virgin birth, talking donkeys, floating axe heads, 2 gold coins that appear out of the mouths of a fish, men that walk on water, word of us changing the wine, staffs that are thrown to the ground and magically become serpents, rocks that are hit with that staff and then gush out water. It just goes on and on and on. And what we see is the interface between the supernatural and the natural. And for the most part, the churches, and I'm part of the church. I'm part of the body of Christ. So don't get me wrong here. But a lot of the churches don't want to deal with any of this stuff. UFOs, we can't talk about that. Are you kidding me? This is the coming great deception, in my opinion. I've written books about it, not only the Nephilim trilogy, but the Cosmic Chess Match, Politics, Prophecy, and the Supernatural. The subtitle of that book is The Coming Great Deception, and the Luciferian Hierarchy. Basically, that's what we're looking at. It's coming. It's all headed to this direction. So that's what I do, but all glory to the King.
Yeah, you're so right. And yes, I lay my growth and my ministry that I do here as well to God, my Savior. Because look, I'm no way. I'm not your age quite yet, even though I'll turn 47 here on Friday. I'm a young man, right?
Yeah, you are.
But and
that's okay.
I think it's important though that we share our experiences. I've shared on the show. I've been criticized for sharing on the show. The drug addiction, the alcoholism, the fornication, all the stuff that people go. Not all the stuff that people go through, but all the things that I went through to get to this journey. And I'll tell you, it is because of that journey that I am here now. And
there you go.
By the grace of God, I'm here now. And I'm a firm believer that, I have to, I can't ask a guest or a listener to be honest on the show and then me not be honest as well and share my experiences. And it's just part of my testimony. And like I said, but the next evolution for me was, I delved into the Christian faith, but I couldn't reconcile it. The hardest part that I had was reconciling my faith with the science aspect, the engineering side of myself, and then also the paranormal side, because I always had an affinity for the Art Bell and all for art.
Sure.
And listen to the show. So I always had a hard time reconciling that. And it wasn't until I was introduced to your work through one of the shows that I was like, it's okay, And then, for me, the Bible, I think the Bible became interesting. Does that make sense? to you? I mean, because before the Bible was just the Bible. It's like, oh, you take it to church, you read it. And then after listening to you and Dr. Michael Heiser and some of the other guys, the Bible, I'm like, this is like this book is filled with paranormal activity. And if you,
well, it is. I mean,
and culture.
it's just, I mean, it's semantics. Excuse me. When you say paranormal, I just call supernatural.
Supernatural.
But yeah, same thing.
Yeah.
And that's what people need to understand. I mean, paranormal is just supernatural. I mean, that's what it is. And I mean, look, the events and I just mentioned them, like, you know, virgin birth, floating accidents, talking donkeys. I mean, all this stuff, when you read it, it's wacky. It's absolutely wacky. But that's what the supernatural is. And I'm a frank supernaturalist. I believe that the supernatural is more real than the natural world. And I also believe that we're in the window of time where we're going to see supernatural manifestations unlike anything we've ever seen before.
Yeah.
And I think it's imminent. I think it's soon. I'm not a date setter, but I think it's soon. Much, much sooner than any one of us would believe.
Oh, I think we're seeing, you know, who would think that you would sit there and witness, you know, EU foreign leaders sitting at a tunnel opening in the Alps, participating in a satanic ritual, you know,
beyond the pale.
Yeah.
And they can spin it however they want to spin it. You know, they can tell us that what we're seeing is not what we're really seeing. Just like the Super Bowl with Lady Gaga, which is coming up, by the way, this year, or go back a couple of years ago with Madonna.
Yeah.
Blatant, occult, ritualistic, in-your-face ceremony. Katy Perry, she comes riding in on a beast. Are you kidding me? It's the goddess Ishtar. And at the end, she's riding on the crescent moon. I mean, this is where we're at in America.
Yeah.
There's a dark agenda.
Yeah.
There's a dark, dark agenda. And I would put it back to World War II. Way back then, everything changed. And the reason why everything changed is because the CIA, which then at the end of World War II was not called the CIA. It was under another name. And basically what they did is they brought in a bunch of Nazis. Mm-hmm. And that's called Operation Paperclip. That's all. It's all been documented. But these Nazis were, some of them, not all of them, but some of them were blatant occultists.
Correct.
And I'll just tell you one little story. I go running on Zuma Beach. I live in Malibu, California. I'm a blessed man. I lived up in the house that we're living in now. We bought for an absolute song, basically almost 30 years ago. It was in the middle of nowhere. And of course, prices have gone up. So here we are. But I go running on Zuma Beach almost every day. And the reason why I do it, it's part of my prayer time. I'm alone. I'm running. It's good exercise, get my heart rate up. But I'm also thinking about a lot of things and talking to the Lord. And so in the midst of that run over a period of time, you know, you see the same people pretty much every day. There's 17,000 people who live here, and it's basically 100 people who access the beach and do anything with it on a daily basis. Very small percent, less than 1% of the people who live here actually are down there doing something in the morning or even the afternoon for that matter. Go figure, right? Why live here? The bottom line is I'm down there and I'm running. And so you get to know the people. Good morning. You say hi to people as you're running. So there's this elderly man and he's got like two ski poles, walking ski poles. He's hunched over, very elderly. I pegged him early 90s, late 80s, early 90s. And his name was Fred. Hi, Fred. And he would go, oh, good morning, like that. And I realized he was German. I mean, I could tell by the accent. He was German. I didn't think anything of it. So a friend of mine told me that he found out that Fred was in the war and that he was part of a Nazi party. And I just kind of going, oh, my gosh. As a journalist, as an author, as a researcher, I was absolutely intrigued by this. There's not many of these guys around, especially in this country. And I went up to him after a period of time. Again, I made sure that I would, hi, Fred, good morning. And he'd hear my voice because his eyesight wasn't so good. And I would call him out, call his name out. And we were running, I was running, and he would say good morning and wave. And so one morning I got the courage up and I went up to him and said, Fred, please forgive me, but I'm a novelist. I'm a researcher, and I'm doing some research on the Second World War, specifically Germany and the Nazi Party. Immediately he goes on the defensive. Oh, that was long ago, just like that. I go, well, I know it was long ago, Fred, but I've heard that you were actually part of, you fought in World War II. You were part of a Nazi army. Well, we all were part of a Nazi army, but, I wasn't really a Nazi. So that type of thing. And I'm letting it go, okay? So I say, well, can I ask you a question? And at first he goes, no, I don't want to talk about it. Well, Fred, let me just ask you one question. Okay, one question. So I go, okay, Fred, I have heard that Hitler was an occult adept. That was my question. Is that true? And I got to tell you, Jeff, his eyes go far, far away. He's all of a sudden, he's someplace else. And it's like, if a cameraman had been there, it's like something like, Spielberg would have done or something.
Wow.
And he slowly nods his head. And he goes, yes, you could say that. I mean, it was just like, oh my God. I sat there, goosebumps, jaw on the ground, and I'm just wide-eyed. And I come back with a follow-up question, and it's like, boom, the door immediately shuts. And he just, no more. I'm not going to talk. And he just starts walking away.
Yeah.
And that was it. And like a couple of months later, he passed away.
I mean, the knowledge there. And yeah, the Thule Society. A lot of people think that the Nazi Party actually started from the Thule Society.
Thule, yeah. It's actually called
Thule.
Yeah.
Thule, yeah.
Thule Society.
Yeah.
But yeah, I agree. I mean, they were all, the head guys were all occult adepts. That's what they were.
Yeah.
They knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, exactly. So LA, we're going to take a break. We'll be back in 4 minutes with our very special guest. Get your questions lined up. I agree. I think this all started in Operation Paperclip. I mean, most of the Nazi guys that came over were occultists. The guys that have started some of the modern social engineering organizations over in Great Britain, a lot of your rocket scientists, it's amazing how many of these Nazi members were occultists, and they just brought it with them, and they infected our society. But we'll be back with our very special guest, L.A. Marzulli.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network. Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That's right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and a podcast. I'm your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. If you're on YouTube, watching us on YouTube, thank you. If you haven't hit that subscribe button, please do so now. It means so much to us. And of course, you that are listening to us on Facebook, you might want to kick on over to YouTube. I don't know when it's going to happen, but it will happen. The feed will be disconnected. I don't think anything of malice, to be honest with you. I actually think it's that they're still trying to get their technology down. YouTube's been doing it a little bit longer. And but who knows? We never know. And also, if you join us at themidnightocean.com, we have released our Android and iPhone applications, so you can never miss a show. You can download those applications. Every one of the shows that we've ever done, including tonight's show live, will be downloaded to your iPhone or portable device, your smart device. So that's another way to stay in touch with the shows. And we appreciate our developers and also the guys over at Spreaker for doing that for us. But I want to bring back, because we have a set amount of time, and I want to be cognizant of our guest, L.A. Marzulli, joining us on the Skype line. So we'll do all of the promotional stuff later and everything. I want to maximize as much time, and I do appreciate, and our listeners appreciate you taking the time out of your busy schedule to talk with us and also them. Now, they are queuing up questions, and we're going to get to those. If you guys want to ask LA a question, we ask that you do it in the chat room, and that's on YouTube. If you go to the YouTube chat room, type your question in there, and we will get to it eventually, but we will get to it here in a little bit after LA and I talk for a few. So LA, so you came from that kind of counterculture, the whole movement there with Woodstock and everything. When did it change for you? When did you wake up?
Well, I didn't wake up till I was 30. I mean, I was immersed in this thing. You got to remember, I mean,
Sure.
People, it's really funny, people look back at the 60s and look, I lived it. And you got to understand that until the Beatles came on the scene, the world was still the Eisenhower years, man. I mean, it was. Yeah, Kennedy had just been shot, that changed everything. But I mean, it was and the Cuban Missile Crisis, that was real. I lived through that. That was bizarre. I mean, I remember doing drills. We would go underneath the desk. I mean, that's what our world was. The Beatles came on the scene and it changed everything. When they came on Ed Sullivan, it changed everything. And I kind of grew up with the Beatles. My generation did. And we were basically, unfortunately, and I say this with all due respect, because they were caught up in it too. Basically Eastern mysticism. When they began to experiment with drugs, and then they went over to see Maharishi, and got their mantras. And by the way, when George died, he left a lot of his fortune to Maharishi. So these guys were immersed in it, and I was also immersed in it. I mean, I had a guru. My third eye was open. I heard divine music, what they call divine music. Looking back at it all, I know exactly where it's from, where the source is from. And the thing about this stuff, Jeff, it all sounds really cool. Everything sounds really cool to be astral projecting, which some people did back then. I know Russ Dizdar did. I did it when I was in my early 20s. We all did on some level to try to get out and become one with the gods and become God and all this kind of stuff. And the one thing it never did, and looking back at it now, remember, I'm 66 years old. Human beings are depraved. every single human being on this planet is depraved in some way. And a little sidebar here, that's why it's just so hilarious when they take a comment that Trump makes in a locker room 11 years ago and run with this thing. It's just typical wag the dog nonsense.
Well, I have, who is the, on a side note, I actually put up on Facebook, the gentleman, I'm not a big fan of Clinton News Network or any of those shows. So, but who is the African American, the late night guy?
I have no idea.
Oh, he's their late night commentator, not with Anderson Cooper. Don Lemon.
Oh, okay.
Don Lemon. Yeah. I have an audio clip that I put up there where Don Lemon is making a comment about a ladies' rack, quote unquote.
There you go.
And I'm like, so how soon we forget, yeah, I mean, I am sure. And yeah, you're absolutely right. But it's kabuki theater. It's all distraction from WikiLeaks. You have, it's all kabuki theater. It was all about, the WikiLeaks dump was going on at the same time, and they needed something to keep people's focuses off of that. And if you ever read or search WikiLeaks and start reading through it, it's just, these individuals, don't sit on your high horse, as my grandmother used to tell me.
Well, I mean, but that's what's going on. But, look, the bottom line is this, that to kind of get back in the thread that I was talking about, that, I mean, I was immersed in the occult, and what the occult never does is reveal your sin nature to you. And what it does is it masks the sin nature, so you never really deal with it. We don't look. If you're immersed in the occult, people out there who are, practicing, astral projection or whatever you're doing, you're following some guru, you're meditating, you're doing yoga positions, you're trying to attain enlightenment, you're using pharmakia as a springboard to get into a higher consciousness or whatever. The bottom line is, all those experiences are real, and I've done most of them, okay? 40 years ago, before I was a Christian. What they don't do is show the person their depravity, which some people call sin, which every person on this planet has. And I'm not getting religious here. I'm just talking about mankind's depravity. I was on a show a while back, and this guy was talking about my book, A Days of Chaos. He's going, and the guy was English. He's going, LA, everything you're saying is all negative. You're just a negative. I'm tired of it. I mean, surely there must be something positive you can say. And I just said, listen, here's the deal. Do you live in a town with a police force? Well, of course I do. But why is that? Why do you live in a town that has a police force? And immediately the light bulb went off. The guy was a smart guy. And he knew that there's no answer to that. The answer, there's no way out of that. The answer is we have a police force because men are basically depraved.
Yes.
And without a police force, anarchy ensues in about 24 hours.
Correct.
That's the bottom line. And so that brought the whole thing home, Days of Chaos, right to his own living room. And he realized that, oh my gosh, these are the days of chaos. The world is completely gone bananas right now. I mean, my book, Days of Chaos, talks about, there's chapters on the Middle East, on EMP, electromagnetic pulse weapons. I mean, it's all here. Everything that I've written about is coming to pass. I've been blogging, lamarzulli.wordpress.com, on the blog for months about the beginnings of World War III. We're here. It's there. And it's between Sunni and Shia Muslims. And the Sunnis are backed by the West, and the Shias are backed by the cabal, the BRICS nation, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, specifically, Russia, China, the whole crew, backing the Shias, which are basically the Shia crescent from Lebanon to Syria to Iran and over again to Yemen. And this is what we see every day in the news, but people don't put it together. They don't understand what's really happening. And then, of course, the West is backing the Saudis, which is the Sunni branch of Islam. And the Saudis are basically Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Sunni. The Sunni branch of Islam is Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Jordan, and certainly other nations in the area. So there's this clash between the two branches of Islam. And it even gets more complex because the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, South Africa, are all trying to move the global currency from the U.S. petrodollar to the Chinese yuan. That's what's at stake. We're $22 trillion in debt and ticking. Yeah. 92 million people plus out of the workforce. There's saber rattling now between Russia and the United States. People are talking about nukes, World War III. World War III has been fought. It's being fought. And the problem is no one knows who they're fighting anymore because it's completely convoluted. Yeah. Because the allegiances change and can change every 24 hours. The fact that Putin is sitting there with Erdogan in Turkey is right out of the biblical prophetic narrative, specifically Ezekiel 38. And this is what's happening. And it's there and it's in your face. And most people are clueless because the media never talks about it. Yeah. Like one of the candidates, like Gary Johnson, right? Where's Aleppo? He didn't even know what Aleppo was. This guy is totally clueless. Aleppo is beginning to look like Dresden at the end of World War II. And so the point I'm trying to make is I'm a hardcore supernaturalist. And I believe in the supernatural events that have been penned thousands of years ago in the biblical prophetic narrative. And I believe those events are happening right in front of our face. They're beginning to become fulfilled.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I totally agree with you. And unfortunately, where most people get their news or supposedly get their news, they're talking about, locker room talk, or they're talking about the election. They're not talking about our missiles being shot at our cruisers and us retaliating there in Yemen. They're not talking about the Iranian Guard getting closer and closer to our ships. They're not talking about the Russia moving in their fleet. And now I guess they parked their fleet right between England and Europe, an aircraft carrier. They're not talking about that. And you're absolutely right. They're definitely not talking about what's going on in Turkey, a supposed NATO ally. They're not. I had this discussion the other day. Someone was making the comment about Putin, and like I said, I don't believe in his ideology either. But the reality of it is that he was promised by the current or by the former administration that part of the reduction in arms would be that we would move the missile defense system out of that area, out of that region. And we did. And thus we kept the deal. Well, this government, and I'm going to say government, I don't want to say administration, because I think they're all, part and parcel, all to blame for it. Now they're pushing it in, and you have guys who are just saber rattling, even here in the States. I'm disgusted with them. But I think you're absolutely right. What's driving this is not, this is demonic. These guys are definitely under the influence of forces that are far more in control than what we think. And, of course, they're going to deny it. And most people would never think that. But why would a person who has witnessed war, who has been a prisoner of war, and I'm talking about Senator from Arizona, I'm not going to mention his name, you guys can look him up, a distinguished, why a person that has experienced war, John Kerry even, as Secretary of State, John, these people that experience war, what in heavens are they thinking when they're sitting there saber rattling? You would think they would be the last ones against war. But I just feel that they're under the spell.
Well, it's, war is unfortunately what people on this planet spend a great deal of time, effort, money. There's been constant war for hundreds of years, and it will continue until the King of Kings comes back. And then they will beat their weapons into plowshares, and that's literal. And I believe that. The bottom line is men have a penchant, a proclivity to kill one another. That's what we do here. In spite of what we say, that's what we do. And if Americans saw, and they don't see it, and I'll get to that in just a second. And the reason why they don't see it is because the media, or I should say the military, learned from Vietnam that you just can't do this. You just can't sit there Walter Cronkite, today in Vietnam, 53 American soldiers. You can't do that because eventually Americans go, wait a minute, it's 53 on Tuesday, it's 48 on Wednesday, on Thursday, it's 120, on Friday, it's back down to 30. Wait a minute. And it's not ending. And that was the thing that the news media actually did in the 60s. They reported the casualties of the war. They don't do that anymore. You never hear, ever, do you ever hear the body count? You tell me in the last 16 years when you have ever heard from any news media at all an actual body count.
Correct.
Today in Iraq.
Yeah, you have to go to WikiLeaks to get it.
Bingo. It's not there. And there's a reason for it.
Yeah.
Because if the American people don't know how much blood and treasure are dying, they won't do anything. Yeah. They remain asleep. And that's the problem. That's the problem.
And I had Derek Gilbert on the show back in September and late September. And he actually made a great point. We have this Obama. We are not going to put American soldiers on the ground. We have combat soldiers in Syria right now. And Gilbert said, he's like, that's a lot of sneakers and a lot of high heels because they're definitely not wearing boots because the president, of course, said we don't have boots. I mean, Derek was so right on. I mean, he talked about a special forces group that was engaged in, and they were taking it to ISIS and then they were called back. And, from some minute, they were called back. They were called off. And so that also goes to show me that we don't have, the winning mentality, or they don't want to win. They just want to keep enough strife, to keep enough fear, and to keep, it's just, it's so frustrating, especially as an American citizen. If I had the money, the first thing I would do is take out a big full page ad. And I'm sure people would sign it with me and say, hey, look, world, we're sorry. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that we're doing this to the world. And it's just, but I think as a point you said is that there's not another government out there they're all falling into this. I mean, between Russia, America, it sounds like they all have this evil underthread, this evil heart. Putin made it perfectly clear. I think in one of his memoirs, he talked about the rat when he was a kid and how he watched a rat. And when you corner a rat, what the rat did. I believe it was in one of his memoirs, and that's what's scary because that's the doctrine that he grew up with. And he talks about it in his memoirs that he watched a cornered rat, and that's how he fights. And I think he feels cornered now. Yeah. Scary stuff.
Absolutely.
Scary stuff.
No, absolutely.
Well, let's switch gears. We do have some questions, and this will actually lead into our next topic. Obviously, we'll talk about the geopolitical and everything, but what about the Nephilim? This is a question from Possums in the group. What about the Nephilim and or giants evidence activity in the current days?
Well, if you go and look at my book, and again, this is sounds like a shameless plug, but that's why I write books.
Yeah.
Because I'm out in the field and I'm doing investigation. I was out on Catalina Island, and this was about a year and a half, actually close to more like 2 years ago now. And I was out there because I had read a book by Jim Watson called Mysterious Catalina.
Yep.
And in that book, there's a chapter by Ralph Glidden, who was a primitive archaeologist employed by the High Museum between 1919 and 1921. And I read the reports in Jim Watson's book, Mysterious Catalina. And Ralph Glidden stated that he found skeletons of 9-footers out on Catalina. And I just found that incredible. So I called Jim Watson, and we had dinner, and we discussed Ralph Glidden and Catalina Island and his book. And in the course of our conversation, Watson said, are you aware that they just found the hidden records, a cache of records by Ralph Glidden? I went, oh my gosh, no, I wasn't aware of that. And it was actually in the LA Times they talked about this. And these records and pictures and journals had gone missing for decades. And so I called the museum the next day, and they flatly refused me coming out and looking at it. And the negotiations went back and forth, and I offered to pay $1,000, a contribution for the museum, and the doors opened up, and they said, Mr. Marzulli, come out. I chartered a private plane, and I flew out there because I wanted to land in the interior of the island, which is, most people don't get to do that. You have to take a boat and you go to Avalon. The interior of the island looks very much the way it did almost over 100 years ago now. 1912, 1916. So it's 2016 now. So Glidden was there, 1919, 1921. It's almost 100 years. So nothing has changed. It's wilderness. It's chaparral, buffalo, wild buffalo that were obviously transplanted there, roam the island, the interior of the island. And it's off limits to the public. You can't go there. Avalon, which is where the public is allowed, is all fenced in. It's something like out of Jurassic Park, literally.
Yeah.
And so the bison are on one side, the people are on the other. And I got to go into the museum and examine the Ralph Glidden records. And what I found there was astonishing. There were pictures that I had analyzed. And I had analyzed by 3 different people. Actually, 4 people signed up. 3 people did the actual analyses. There was no collusion between any of them until they presented their findings. They found a skeleton. The picture was this. Ralph Glidden is standing in a recently excavated grave. He's leaning on a shovel. There's other artifacts around him. In front of him is a very large skeleton in situ, which means it's not a disarticulated bone pile. It's a perfectly articulated skeleton laying there, uncovered exactly the way it was put into the grave. And I had the picture analyzed. We know that Glidden's height was 5 foot 8 inches. And 3 people digitized the photograph, and using different computer programs, all of them, all 3, figured that with the skeleton was just under 9 feet tall. That is huge. And 6 months later, after my book was published, which had all the evidence and showed the pictures, I went back to the island. I walked in, and there was the Ralph Glidden exhibit. And on the wall, this is all in the book, Nephilim Hybrids, it's also in Watchers 10. On the wall was the picture that I had discovered in the archives, hidden away in a plastic envelope, tucked into a manila folder, placed in a archival box, which was then put into a vault. Okay? That picture was never supposed to be seen. Now that picture is blown up, put up on the wall of the museum. This picture originally was a 5 inch by 7 inch picture, black and white.
Sure.
Now it's blown up 2 feet wide, 18 inches tall. I'm just estimating here. And it's on the wall of the museum, except, and here's the drum roll, Jeff, the giant skeleton, which was at the feet of Ralph Glidden, has been cropped out of the picture. Cropped out of the picture. That, my friend, is called damage control, because I uncovered something that wasn't supposed to be there. As far as I'm aware of, it's one picture that you can go to. You can go to my website. It's there. You can see it for yourself. lamarzulli.net. Go to On the Trail of a Nephilim, Volume 2, and you'll see pictures of it. And the bottom line is this, that there is, as Scotty Walter would say of American Earth, there's a hidden history which we're not being told of. There were events on this planet that happened thousands of years ago, which have been deliberately covered up because they go against the Darwinian paradigm, which is sacrosanct in both the academia and the scientific communities. And this is why. This is why. And yet they were here, and the reason why they're afraid of it, it points back to the veracity of the biblical prophetic narrative, which states unequivocally, irrefutably, in my opinion, that giants were on the earth after the flood. After the flood.
So, I'm kind of, how do I say this? I'm torn because you would think, all right, so a story, and I'm not doubting because you have a picture, it's in the book, And you have that, and the fact that they cropped it out. I guess my question is motive. What was their true motive in doing it? Because you've got religious people. I mean, this is done currently or recently. I'm trying to wrap my eyes around, because you would think that they would embrace this.
Yeah, I'm actually sending you the picture.
Yeah.
And you can see it. It's right there. And I don't, maybe you people in the chat room can see it. You'll see Richard Shaw holding up my book with the original photograph, which I published. And in front of it, above it rather, is the picture showing the giant cropped out.
That's incredible. I'll put it up. I'll actually put it up on the video feed with your permission. I don't want it, because this is, obviously your copyrighted work.
No, you need, please do it.
Okay.
I mean, absolutely do it all day long.
After the break. And actually, I was so intrigued, I completely missed our break. So let's take a quick break. We'll come back, and that will give me time to get the video or the image up there so people can see it and everything. So, wow. Just amazing, amazing things here. And I don't know why all of a sudden I'm getting a refeed of the show in my ear. So we'll take a quick, 4-minute break, LA, and then we'll come back and we'll answer some more questions. All right, my friend. Thank you. Wow. Good stuff. I'll get this, I'll get this downloaded and get it up there in the video feed. So all of you guys hang loose. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with our friend L.A. Marzulli.
Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. You can join me here live every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Tonight's show, we have a very special guest joining us. L.A. Marzulli is joining us on the Skype line. He just sent us over just an incredible picture. I'm trying to get it queued up for us here, and hang in there, LA. I'm actually got it queued. Let me take out some. It's a big picture. It's a very big picture. So let me get it. So everybody can see it. There we go. So for those that are on YouTube, you will be able to see this image here. And I'm looking at, wow, that is, see, I had Joe on the show, he did the dig with you guys in Peru. And of course, from Blanco, LA. And, he obviously has that femur and everything. And I always ask them, or I asked Joe when he was on the show, if he, actually had like physical, picture evidence. And he didn't. Of course, he has that replication of the femur, but this is definitely, and for those that are looking at it for the first time, like myself, I'm gobsmacked. Let me I want to blow this up so they can actually see the image of the giant, see him standing there. That was one of my questions, is that, with black and white photography, was it possible that they did some dodging or some manipulation of the image? And they clearly did not. I mean, this image is, wow.
No, I had one of the guys who looked at the photograph. Actually, he's the fourth guy. He didn't do the analysis of it as far as trying to figure out the height. But what he did do is he sent back his analysis of the photograph, and he basically said that this photograph was not photoshopped in any way, shape, or form. And look, when I saw this thing, it was tucked in the archives, never to see the light of day again. I mean, period.
Yeah.
That's reality. That's what was going on.
Yeah. What I'm doing is I'm actually showing on the video for those that are watching in the video, because I want to make sure, I want to get it blown up so everybody can see it. See both pictures. So I'm flipping back and forth, LA, to show them the image. So
sure.
This is the image. What we're looking at, guys, now is the image that has been cropped, but the original image, with clearly a human bones laying there in what they say a grave. I'm flipping to that now, is showing there. Wow. That is. What was their explanation?
There is none. Isn't that great? The assistant curator just told me that, well, that's how she received the photograph. So there you go.
Ah, so they cropped it before. I've heard stories, especially on Catalina, where the government has come in there and actually, taken the bones. Is that? I mean, have you heard that? Well, you're living it. You wrote the books. I mean, is that a truthful story?
Well, I mean, with all this stuff, it's very bizarre. There's definitely, as Chuck Missler would say, there's definitely a managed agenda. I mean, there's no doubt about that. There is a managed agenda. And when something like this crops up, it's dealt with. And that's why when you go to the museum, this is what the public will see. And so it's damage control. There's no way around it. It's damage control. And she, the assistant curator, when we were there, and I asked her, I said, why'd you guys do this? She said, well, we didn't want to show these Native American skeletons. And I said, that won't hold water, because all around me are pictures of Native American skeletons. This may be a skeleton that's actually not First Nation. And that's the one that you crop. But I mean, again, it's a managed agenda. It's called what I would call damage control. And, there it is.
Yeah. I mean, this is incredible. I've never, this goes right to, I'm trying to blow it up as much as I can to give people as much clarity on YouTube, especially on YouTube. But you can clearly see the skeleton. And you know what, Bunk, I live here in Florida, and we have pyramids here in Florida, or mounds. They call them mounds here. But up until just a couple years ago, they actually had the bones on display. And the reason why they stopped doing it is there was a lawsuit. But even then, this is a picture. This is not the actual physical bones. I mean, I don't know it's bunk is what it is. So
yeah, it is. Absolutely.
Wow. See, so this goes back to, Joe's, when I asked Joe, because that was the other thing is I'm saying, we're talking about the Nephilim, we're talking about the giants among us and all this, where is the physical proof? And as you just pointed out, here is the physical proof.
Here's another one. This is for the giant from the Okefenokee Swamp. I just sent it to you.
Yeah, I see.
You're in Florida. Here you go.
Yeah,
that's one of the giants from the Okefenokee. They're everywhere. They're everywhere. And the lawsuit. I mean, isn't it interesting how the lawsuits come up? And look, NAGPRA is Native American Grave Repatriation. NAGPRA. Okay, Native American Grave Protection Repatriation Act. That's what it stands for. Repatriation Act. Okay, NAGPRA. And I'm all for that. Don't misunderstand me here, Jeff.
Yeah.
I don't want to see my uncle's skeleton in a museum. I get it. I totally get it. And it needs to be done. And all these Native American skeletons that are in the Smithsonian, they need to be repatriated, brought back of a tribe and given a proper burial. Totally there. Totally get it. However, Native Americans, First Nation people, state, many tribes state this. Chief Joseph Riverwind has stated this. Come on the record. We've talked about it on Politics, Prophecy, and the Supernatural, my TV show, PPS Report. It's on YouTube. L.A. Marzulli. Got close to 40,000 subscribers now and growing. Thank you. Chief Joseph has come on the record. I've spoken to Paiute elders. I've spoken to Pas Pueblo, First Nation people. I've spoken to Cherokees. I've spoken to Nakota and Lakota. I've interviewed people in the Americas who tell me that there were stories about red-haired, six-fingered, cannibalistic giants that roamed the Americas. It's there. And if that's the case, Native Americans should be jumping up and down because we're validating their oral tradition with these pictures.
Yeah.
It's not somebody's uncle.
Yeah.
It's the remnants of the Nephilim. It validates their oral tradition that they were red-haired, cannibalistic, six-fingered giants that roamed the Americas way before Columbus.
Yeah.
And that's why we do what we do.
Yeah. I'm completely at awe because, like I said, I've searched the internet for pictures of images, and I know that they had the contest to see. I guess there was a Photoshop contest to see, and I think that was just
there was, sure.
Yeah, and so I didn't believe anything. Any picture of the giants, I never believed them. I mean, the only thing I had was guests that were on the show who I trust and I believed them, and giving their accounts. But this is the first time I'm godsmacked. I really am, because this is actually the first image of a real giant, of a 9-foot giant skeleton body that I've ever seen in all the years that I believe is true. It's incredible. I'm godsmacked, and I just, wow. See, that just...
Well, that's Jeff, just so your audience knows, that's what I do. You can only read so much from books. You got to get out in the field.
Yeah.
You got to get out of a library. You got to get in the field, because that's where you're going to discover stuff. This was found in the archives in Catalina.
Sure.
And that's what I do. I've got several archaeological sites that I'm working on, even as I speak, which I can't tell you where they are and what we're finding, but I'm working on those things. I'm out in the field. I'm doing it.
Yeah.
And when we find stuff, I present it to the public. Just like when we found this photograph, this was absolutely groundbreaking photography. Basically, that had been dormant for almost 100 years, just laying around. No one knew about it. Yeah. And now we see damage control.
Yeah.
If you want to see further about it, go to my website, lamarzulli.net. It's On the Trail of the Nephilim, Volume 2. It's got a ton of information in those books. On the Trail 1 and On the Trail 2.
Wow. And, the other thing, too, is I think it's important that, part of your investigation, the ferry, right? I mean, you uncovered that fraud. I think it's very important that people understand that that in your ventures, you look at all things supernatural and you apply scientific research. And I remember seeing was it the ferry that you uncovered that with the x-rays and everything. And what a crap. I mean, you want to share with that because I know that image is out there and I see it every once in a while where people will pop up and say, and attribute the fact that you found or that you have, proof that there were fairies. And the reality of it is that is not the case. You actually, through scientific research and methodology, have disproved that. You want to share that with the audience?
Well, I do. The ferry, and let me just show you what it looked like here.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm going to bring it up. I have it.
Okay. We were all fooled. Jaime Maussan showed us this actually 3 years ago, and we were blown away by what we had seen, and we didn't know whether it was real or it was a hoax, and so we began to research it, and we looked at the X-rays, and we basically presented that evidence that we saw in Watchers 10 and also in my book, Nephilim Hybrids. But we always stated, I'm trying to do two things at once, that's why I'm having trouble talking. Yeah. But we always stated that, hey, we're not sure whether the thing's real or not real. Right now we think it is real. And I'm going to send you one of the X-ray pictures.
Yeah, I'm bringing them
up.
You can
look at it.
Yeah, I already have them queued. So that's what I'm doing. I'm the same thing. I'm having to do two things at once, and it's like, so yeah, I'm bringing them up. I'm going to bring up the one with the dehydrated one, as I call it. And then I'll bring up the one with the X-ray.
Yeah. These things were very interesting. And for us, when we basically brought it to, one of the veterinarians who looked at the X-rays, and he said, it looks like it's real. If it's a hoax, it was done by a master. And so we went with it. But in the book, it says and hold on, I'll read it to you. So you can see what the actual book actually says. This is verbatim, right out of the book, Nephilim Hybrids. And this is it. This is in the summation, of the book. As of June 2016, I will state that I believe the winged nightmare is not a hoax, and that it is the real thing. The fact that the vet was able to state that he believed the BB-like balls showing up in the X-rays were the result of buckshot or birdshot solves a lot of what perplexed us for some time. In other words, this creature may have been blasted out of the sky by someone with a shotgun. This explains the broken legs and the BBs randomly placed throughout the body. Get this. More testing needs to be done, and I'll be giving updates as they come to us. We are now in the process of trying to get the creature out of Mexico so that extensive DNA testing can be done. We got the creature out of Mexico, and we did new X-rays of the creature. And when we did the new X-rays, that's when we realized, oh my gosh, it looks real, but in that process of working with the vet, there were actually two vets, new X-rays. We're all looking at this thing. And about an hour and a half after we're into it, with the vet, I look down on the tray. The creature is on the tray. And I go, what the heck is this? And I look at this thing and I'm going, what's this? And I pick up this like matchstick with this bluish green blob of something. And the vet looks at it and goes, that looks like wood. And that, according to the bluish green substance, looks like some kind of epoxy. And once we got that, we went back to the x-rays, and then it became evident. Oh my gosh, it's a hoax. And we brought it to a zoologist up in Santa Barbara. I mean, give me a break. We found out it's a hoax. We immediately I called Gary Stearman, called Derek at Skywatch, Derek Gilbert at Skywatch, and said, stop the presses. Don't do anything with the interview that we just did. It's a hoax. Now we know it's a hoax. We took it up to this guy, Paul Collins, at the Santa Barbara Museum of Natural History. And he showed us how it was put together, how the skin was wrapped around the legs, fur was moved, the ears were glued on, the skull was like barred out with epoxy. He showed all this stuff to us. And whoever did this was a master taxidermist. It not only fooled the 3 veterinarians up here, it fooled veterinarians down there, doctors, geneticists, x-ray people, fooled everybody. Yeah. The guy was a master. It begs the question, Jeff, why does someone go through this type of to create a canard, a hoax, a confabulation? Why does someone do that? And it was deliberately, when I look back now, I think it was orchestrated, created to deliberately discredit Jaime Maussan. That's what I think. Deliberately to discredit Jaime Maussan. Jaime believed it. We believed it.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. As a researcher, you go where the evidence takes you. And okay, mea culpa. Everybody's 20/20, hindsight, the whole deal. Should we have waited? No, we waited, and we weren't going to go with the piece, and the veterinarians thought it was real. And the BBs, the buckshot, the birdshot that was in the thing, that's what tipped the scale for me. And I said, I think it's real. And so we believed it. Once we had the creature in our possession, that's when we were able to discover it was a hoax. Well, not only till then.
But the way that you discovered the fact that, I think you said in one of the interviews that I heard you were talking about how it was suspended in an alcohol solution and you guys left it out. And when it started to dry up, that's when you discovered it. If you would have put it right back into that solution and that preservative or whatever, who knows? We would all be talking about fairies existing.
Well, look, Gary Stearman and I talked about this, and we believe that whoever did this thing drew from some paradigm. It does look like something that comes out of Revelation 9. Pointed ears, the fangs, the wings, the stinger. Okay, it's Revelation 9. I get that. And obviously it's a hoax. It's a confabulation. But the artist who did it, the hoaxer who did it, was drawing from something. And it makes you wonder, why would he do it? And I just want to say something, and I want to thank all the people who have written us, and there's hundreds of people who have written us, thanking us for exposing it and being forthright and truthful to come out immediately and let people know. There was only one person that wrote a nasty hit piece on me, and I won't say his name because I'm not going to give the guy a platform. Yeah. But the Lord reward him according to his works, because this guy's got an agenda. He's got an axe to grind. And I'll just say this, the Lord reward him according to his works. We're out in the field and we take risks. We do constantly take risks. We're not in some ivory tower someplace, working with a PhD after our name. And, I have 2 honorary doctorates, but that doesn't count in some people's world. That's okay. I've written 10 books. 11th one's about to come out. And I blog thousands of articles, hundreds, if not thousands of radio and TV shows. It's all I do. talk about the Lord, talk about what's coming, talk about the coming great deception, talk about UFOs, talk about the Nephilim, and I'm out in the field. And there's risks. And sometimes you get fooled. And I've learned from this.
Yeah.
I've learned from this. So I had an email from some guy, and he's telling me that some 8-year-old kid found a giant in a cave, and the thing's quadrant off, and these men in black came in, and that all may be true. He's gone dark on me. Yeah. So, in the future, we'll proceed more cautiously. But, until we got the creature, once we got the creature, more testing began, and we uncovered it like that. Within 2 hours, we knew it was a hoax because we had access to it. So there you go.
Yeah, no, I think that's, like I said, I think it's important because it leads the credibility to you. I mean, if it was anybody else that showed me a picture of a giant, like you did before, I'd be like, okay. I'd be looking at the doctor photos, but because it does come, and I know your background, and I watch the Watcher series, and I know that you guys are, and I also know the guys, like I said, almost everybody that you go on these digs with, I've interviewed and I've talked to personally, and it's amazing, and some of them agree with each other, and some of them disagree with each other.
Sure.
It's funny because I'm trying to put together a DNA, a genetics test with Joe there at Blanco Museum, and doing it through a chain of custody kind of thing, and actually, doing a scientific model. And I reached out to Dr. Heiser, and you can imagine how that goes, and it's neat. And like I said, that leads that credibility for me, and I hope it leads for our listeners, the fact that we have highly educated individuals who are experts in their own right. Some of the things you guys agree with, and some of the things you don't. And it's okay because but yet there's still that respect level. And, like I said, I'm working on a project with Joe there at Blanco that we're going to do some DNA testing on some bones, because, Joe believes that the earth, and, I want to get into some of these topics with you as well, LA, because, I have questions. And like I said, you're kind of like my go-to source, and I've been holding up. I could have done the research prior, but I want to hear it from you. But I have questions about where, heck, let's just get right into them. Flat Earth.
Yeah, I can. By the way, Jeff, I can do another half an hour, and then I'm exhausted.
Yeah, I know. I know. We talk about. So let's get them out. Flat Earth. Let's just see.
Okay.
So what is your belief on the flat Earth?
Okay, flat Earth is basically designed to make Christians look like absolute morons.
Okay.
And the people that use Scripture, and I understand that, and they have good intentions, but here's the deal. There are thousands of airplane pilots flying to all points of the globe. If you're in Israel and you want to get to California, you fly over the North Pole. If the Earth is flat, surely one of these pilots would have spilled the beans by now. If the Earth is flat, surely one of the tens of thousands of ships' captains, including private sailboats and private yachts, would have spilled the beans. Yeah. An airplane pilot, in order to plot his course, so let's say you're flying from Los Angeles to St. Louis, okay?
Sure.
Halfway across the country.
I'm with you.
If you do not calculate the curvature of the Earth, you will not wind up in St. Louis.
Yes, I know that. I'm a pilot. So
okay.
I have a pilot. I just wanted to ask you because, I wanted to see how you reconciled the flat Earth. Like I said, I know these questions. Like, I can't believe you just asked me that question. But I wanted, because you deal with the esoteric in the Bible and everything, and I wanted to hear from your mouth to my ears what your belief was on the flat Earth. The next question I have for you is, there's a discrepancy of how old the Earth is from a scientific standpoint. The biblical interpretation is the Earth is only a few thousand years old. The scientific is that we're millions of years old. How have you been able to reconcile that within the Bible and the interpretations.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, once again, Christians are made to look like fools because science is right. Let me say this, first of all. I do not believe in macroevolution. I do not believe in Darwinism. Sure. There's a creative God, and he spoke everything into existence, and his name is Jesus, and that's what he did. All things were made through him and by him, and nothing that was made was not made without him, period. End of story. However, Genesis 1 tells us that the earth was without form and void. It's there. It's there. It's already there. Something cataclysmic happened. And this is what people don't get. Read Clarence Larkin's book, for crying out loud, on dispensationalism, of which I am proud to call myself one. I am a dispensationalist. And he talks about the pre-Adamic earth. And there was a war in heaven. Because if this whole thing is 6,000 years old, are you trying to tell me that God creates all the angels and within 24 hours, there's a rebellion?
Yeah.
Well, that's not going to fly. It's not going to fly. The earth was basically bore a flood. And in that flood, this is before Eden, before Adam. This is where the rebellion happened. The entire universe was shattered. And we come into the story. Human beings are, in my opinion, the replacements for the fallen angels, because God never does anything the same way twice. Ever, 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 ever. If he performs one miracle one way, you can bet your bottom dollar he's not going to do the same thing again tomorrow. He'll do it a different way, because that's just who he is. He likes to be creative.
Yeah.
He likes to do, that's why every snowflake's different, okay? Yeah. Makes no sense at all. Yeah. But every single snowflake that's ever fallen is different. Go figure. So the earth is millions of years old. We are very new, very young.
Oh, yeah. We're a sliver of that timeline. I mean, I remember the physicist that did the whole, the story of us, and how he just Tyson, just incredible series, and such. So that was the other main one, and I've heard different opposing views, and I just wanted to get your opinion, and I wanted to hear it, like I said, from you, from your lips to my ears, and also our listeners out there. The one of the things too that I've always questioned, you talk extensovely about the war in heaven, the angels, the battle. Do you feel that that's still going on, that there's actually still in another realm that is unseen to us, that this war still continues?
Well, the war is raging all around us. I mean, we're in the midst of a cosmic regime change, Jeff. I mean, that's what the tension we see on the planet. It's all because of what's happening in another dimension. Everything is being driven towards the advent of the Antichrist, the coming great deception, the Luciferian endgame. That's what this is. It's a Luciferian endgame, and it's coming down. We are in the midst of a cosmic regime change. The God of this world, Satan, is about to be cast out forever. Hallelujah. Yeah. In the meantime, we are going through some of the most tumultuous, unprecedented, tenuous times that the planet has ever seen. It leads up to what is known as the time of Jacob's trouble, where we know from the book of Revelation that Michael fights with Satan and his angels, and Satan is cast down to earth. Woe to the inhabitants of earth, because the devil, your dragon, your adversary, Satan, the God of this world, is cast down among you, and he knows his time is short. He's wrathful. He's full of hate, because he knows his time is short. He's now gone from the second heaven to our heaven, the first heaven. He's really ticked off. He can't get back again. He's now caught in the space-time continuum. Before then, he enjoyed this netherland of the second heaven, where he could flip back and forth. And I've written about this extensively in the Cosmic Chess Match. The bottom line is, we are in the midst of a cosmic regime change. The king will return, and it's got to be soon. I'm not a date setter, but it's got to be soon. Soon could be 10 years, but it's got to be soon. Yeah. And the rider on the white horse, the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, Yeshua, Jesus, will return with the armies of heaven. That's the regime change. I can't wait. Are you kidding me?
Yeah. No, yeah, it is. Yeah. I'm with you. And like I said, I know that these probably are questions you're like, but I think our listeners, and what's really important is that because we do have a lot of new listeners, and this is some esoteric that they're not familiar with either. But do you believe that there's still angels walking amongst us that are going to be fighting, or do you made a statement that that we're the angels, we kind of replace the angels and gods, but do you believe that they're in the physical manifestation of angels?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I have never seen. Well, that's not true. I've never seen an angel face to face.
Okay.
I'll tell you a story.
Yeah.
I was doing a run. This is when I first became a Christian 36 years ago. So I'm 30 years old, 31 years old. And I'm in a very precarious position. I've just come out of the occult, and, there's a lot of nonsense going on. A lot of warfare is going on because the enemy doesn't like the fact that I've just switched allegiance, as it were. And I would do these runs. I would work all day. I had a cabinet shop, construction, and it was my tent making. And I come home from construction, and I live in the Santa Monica Mountains, and I'd put my running gear on, and I'd go running in the chaparral, running on these mountain trails, up and down and all over the place. I mean, I think back at it now, with all the mountain lions here, it's like really dumb, without any pepper spray or anything, really stupid. But anyway, that's what I did. And I had a ball. So one day, I'm running, and I'm running up this one run, and I'm really tired. And I'm complaining of the Lord. And I'm going, Lord, I just don't feel like doing this today. I'm really tired. Jeff, 2 invisible hands picked me up and moved me 20 feet up the road. And I just went, what? I was astonished. And then it did it again. And I just started laughing. I had all this energy, and I completed my run. So I'm a brand new Christian, and I keep poking the Lord, and I keep going, hey, I really want to see an angel. Can I see an angel? Can I? And so once again, I'm up on a run. This was like a couple of months later. And the Spirit of a living God speaks to me and says, if you want to see an angel, look to your left. He's on that knoll over there, about 100 yards away. Jeff, I was terrified. Terrified. I covered the left side of my head, I'll never forget it, with my hand so I couldn't see. I turned my head as far to the right as I could and still see the path in front of me, and ran as fast as I could away from it. And I didn't understand my reaction because I was a new Christian. Every single time throughout the biblical prophetic narrative, an angel appears to anybody, they fall flat on their face and they are terrified because these angels are so powerful. They come from the living God. They come from the throne room. Even Mary, the mother of our Savior, she was troubled, terrified when she saw this thing. Daniel sees the angel fall flat on his face. Flat, that's called a face plant in modern day vernacular. That's what it is. He does a face plant. And the angel has to go over and touch him and then lift him up. And it's okay. I'm sorry. I hate when that happens. But that's what's going on here. That's what they do. Whenever they appear, people short circuit. Now, I've had 2 encounters. One, picked up and moved. The other, Holy Spirit tells me, and I was terrified. I didn't see anything, Jeff, but I was terrified.
Yeah. I've never had, like I said, I've never seen an angel, obviously. I've been moved, kind of like you. I've been moved out of the way of things, danger.
Right. So have I. Right.
I've been, literally physically moved. There's times where I've had messages, and then the next day I act upon those messages, and my, you have those deja vu kind of dreams, and it goes one way, and I'm sitting there, and I act differently, then and it goes a completely different way, but you're still sitting there going, I've been here before and I was warned of this. And so I've definitely had the effects, a guiding hand to say, if you want to use that term. But, yeah, like you, I've never experienced those, the physical. And I think you're probably right. I would hit my knees anyway. I wouldn't look upon them at all out of just pure respect and honor for them until, they pick me up, like you said. My last question, because I know we're running out of time here. I want to talk Planet X, Nibiru. What's your...
Well, fool me once, right? Shame on you. Fool me twice. Shame on me. So I got fooled once in 2012. We interviewed Marshall Masters for Watchers. And Marshall's a nice guy. I like him. Marshall was convinced Nibiru was coming in. His spirit guides told him, blah, blah, blah. Nothing happened. Yeah. We interviewed this guy by the name of Gil Broussard. Great guy. Love him. Spends quality time with both of these men. Okay? And Gil's done a great job with graphics and charts and, everything else. And it's very convincing. And he told us that we would see something in the fall of 2015. And if we didn't, then we would see it in March of 2016. And once again, he's recalculated the dates. So look, I say that with all due respect. I like both of these guys. Yeah. People have been wrong before. So maybe they're just, their calculations are wrong. The late David Flynn, thought we were in the tribulation, and people can be wrong. I was wrong with the, with the fairy. So there you go. The bottom line for me is this. Planet X is something I hold in what I call my back burner. And that's for stuff like, Planet X is at the top of that. That's like floating on the surface on the back burner pot. Definitely. But then there's other things like Chupacabra, back burner. Because I don't know. Black-eyed kids. Pretty much black burner, because there's no way to, hybrids. Back burner. It's there. It's percolating. It's cooking. I check on it from time to time. But I'm not out looking for black-eyed kids. And I'm not out searching down the Chupacabra. Right? And I'm not looking at the sky for Nibiru. We're looking at every single email that comes across my desk that has pictures of Nibiru, which are actually nothing more than sundogs. Yeah. Thank you, or lens flares. Yeah. So, as of yet, I have not seen anything convincing. However, that being said, like you, I'm aware of it. I track it. It's on the back burner. I keep my pulse on it, hand on the pulse of it, rather. Check it out. Something, if I get a couple of emails the same day, you bet your bottom dollar I'm on those sites, looking at the footage, checking it out. I'm on top of it. Yeah. Yeah. Nothing would surprise me. But it's not what is more important to me is what's coming down in the Middle East. And that's biblical prophecy screaming at us. The destruction of Damascus, which is Isaiah 17, and Ezekiel 38 war, which seems to be looming now that we've got that loose confederacy between Russia and Meshach, Togarmah, basically modern day Turkey and Iran. Those nations, Meshach, Tubal, and Togarmah, which is now modern day Turkey, those nations are listed with specificity in the Ezekiel 38 prophetic narrative. People, if you've not read that, look it up. Blow the dust off Ezekiel and go back and look at it and read it for yourself.
I guess the question for like Planet X and everything is that, we had Bob Fletcher on here.
Sure.
And he was uncovering the $3.2 billion, money that was announced by Rumsfeld right before the towers, before the Twin Towers in, September 10th. And he's uncovered and I've also had Brad Olson, and these guys are uncovering these massive underground facilities. And I guess my question is, what are you hearing? Is it that we're getting ready for war? Or, I mean, why is our government building these massive and stockpiling massive amounts of food and supplies into these underground facilities? If there's
I think they know exactly what's coming. They're preparing for some sort of a cataclysm. They know it. The New World Order wants to cull the population.
Yeah.
They realize that 7 billion or 7 billion people on the planet, it just isn't going to work. So they want to cull the population and bring it down. What 500,000, 500 million?
Yeah.
Which is the Georgia Guidestones.
Georgia Guidestones
talks about, that's very interesting. And there's a wonderful video by Chris Pinto on that.
Yeah.
Where he actually uncovered who R.C. Christian was. The guy's dead now. The guy was a Rosicrucian.
Yep.
So,
a
lot of stuff going on there.
Well, I mean, this is the thing. I know they talk about 7 billion people, but I mean, if you do the math, so I was talking to someone else, and they were like, look, you could take, the world is a big place. Now, granted, it doesn't help when you're dumping, 300 tons of radioactive water into the ocean every day, and you've got, an oil slick on the bottom of the Gulf that's, 3 to 7 feet thick and the size of New York City. That's altering the currents there out of the Gulf. And we're seeing that now. I mean, that effect is I talk to fishermen that lived here all their life, and they're like, yeah, the tarpon aren't moving like they should. And they would set their watches by the currents, and they're like, the currents aren't nowhere near what they were. And so we have that going on and everything, but it's just, to me, it's just kind of weird that, not weird. It's, how do I say this? I choose my words here. There is something going on, and I had a guest on here. He said, you could take, and they talk about getting rid of, the world's overpopulated, but you could take everybody in the world today and give them a quarter acre, and they would all fit in Australia. We would all fit. If you add up all the people in the world today, and you look at the square footage of Australia, you could give everybody a quarter acre, and everybody would have a quarter acre. So there's still a lot of room for growth. I mean, but maybe our resources just can't. I don't know. I'm kind of, I don't know how that is, how unless these elites are they're just wanting the off people. Forget, they're going to come up with whatever excuse they want. They just don't want us here. they want to call us.
Well, I mean, look, basically, when you look at, once again, we're back in the election thing, and maybe this is a good way to kind of go out here tonight. But, Clinton is a globalist. Clinton is a New World Order proponent. It takes a village. I mean, that's where she's at.
Oh.
Trump's an outsider. He's not part of the secret societies. He's not bought. So every show I've been on, I talk about this, and I know it ticks off some people, but other people embrace it. When you look at the government right now, under the Obama administration, most people are paying 35% to the feds. If you live in California, you can add another 10% on for state taxes. Then you add property taxes. So now you're about 47 to 48% of your income. And if you want to put insurance on top of that, you're well over 50%. So the bottom line is, when you look at that, and people are so stupid, they don't get it. And I say that with all due respect, but this is a real simple way to understand it. This was the blog this morning, okay? lamarzulli.wordpress.com. 50% of your income translates to the fact that you are working 6 months out of the year to pay your taxes.
Correct.
And that's egregious, my friend. This system in America was never, ever set up to do what we do now in 2016. It is onerous, it is egregious, and in my opinion, it's not only un-American, but unconstitutional. We are nothing more than modern-day serfs. And the fact that Obamacare will come crashing down, or already is crashing down, and the fact that he lied to the American people, with all due respect, when he said, if you have your plan, you can keep your plan. I had a plan. I couldn't keep my plan. That's a blatant, bald-faced lie.
Yeah.
He said, I have a clip where he said it 37 times.
Yep.
He knew exactly what was going on.
Well, here, yeah. I mean, I'm without healthcare insurance because in the state of Florida, Number one, I got my insurance through the private market, through Blue Cross Blue Shield. I would pay roughly, $400 a month is what I paid for my coverage.
Right.
That all went away.
Right.
That all went away. My coverage is $1,200 a month.
Yep.
And so the thing is I do I do nothing illegal. I have businesses and I have entities, and at the end of the day, the other thing too is that your income here, to participate in Obamacare, for Sandy, because, Sandy doesn't basically derive an income. She can't get health insurance because if you don't have an income of $15,000 or more that you can show on a W-2, she can't participate in the Obamacare and the fund anyways. So the thing is it's all levied on me as the individual. Our healthcare insurance is up to, as an individual, it went to $1,200. Now it's at $1,700.
Wow.
For me to carry the insurance with her on top of that.
That's a house payment for some people.
That is that. Well,
are you kidding me?
Hey, LA, I live in Florida where the average income of our house, we have a quarter acre. You would flip out. When we lived in Chicago, what we spent for a house versus what we spent for down here, it's a year's salary for a house down. I mean, it's nothing. I mean, there's nice houses going for sale around us for like $49,000, $50,000. These are nice homes where we live because the average income here is only $18,000. Wow. We're in the very rural part we're in the nature coast of Florida. We're not in this is most of the people here, they derive their income from the fishing, from the Gulf. They're shrimpers and stuff. So it's not a wealthy by no stretch of the means area, but I mean, we have the most modern house in the neighborhood and our house was a year's salary. Basically, it's nothing. It's next to nothing. But it's just, Obamacare killed us. I mean, it just, Sandy got sick and, God forbid we're going to take her to the hospital, but it's just insane. I cut my foot and we paid cash for my foot, $7,000 for 7 stitches, $1,000 a stitch.
Wow.
Is what it cost me out of my pocket. I had to pay that out of my pocket.
Wow.
Cash. And because the healthcare, because I can't afford $1,700 a month.
Well,
insurance.
Look, this is getting back to my point. So we're spending 50% of your income 6 months out of the year. Yeah. It goes to the bloated federal government, which can't balance the budget, which continues to spend this into oblivion.
Yeah.
Which is got 800 military bases on the planet. Trump is calling for a 15% tax. So it's a no-brainer.
Yeah.
If you want to keep more of your money, vote for Trump. If you want to give more of your money to the federal government, vote for Clinton because she's actually going to raise taxes.
Well, she's already said she's going to raise taxes. She's already, and the whole thing about private, my opinions in private, my opinions in public are two different things. You got to have two in politicians. Yeah. When she says that, the Goldman Sachs, when they asked her how does she reconcile, she goes, well, what I say in public and what I say in private are two separate things. And that's why it's very important, guys. This thing called Wikileaks, you need to get out there and start searching it because she says a lot of damning things in private. I mean, racist things, hateful things in private and on her emails. And it's just like, I agree with you. It's to the point. I actually narrowed it down to this. Do you want to go to war with Russia? Or do you not want to go to war with Russia? Because she's going to carry forward the policies of that's getting us in this conflict with Russia. She's already talked about no-fly zones. What you're going to tell Russia that they can't fly these? What are you going to do? Get a dogfight with these guys?
And, that's not going to work.
Yeah, exactly. We're going to get it handed to us, especially when our military is at the lowest readiness level than it's been since World War II.
Yep.
And I'm not for the military industrial complex. I'm a firm believer too. We could take $358 million and feed the world and have a lot of friends in the world. If we can wipe out poverty, the economists have said $358 million would wipe out poverty in the world. But yet we spend that. I think that's our monthly budget for the Pentagon. So I'm not a military industrial complex guy either, but our military, you do not want to get in that fight. And the concerning part too is you got we meddled with Venezuela. We meddled with Brazil. We meddled with Argentina. We're meddling now back in Cuba. We're telling Mexico. So we have people in our hemisphere that don't like us, and it's just, I boil it down to all of my friends. I said, look, you want to go to war with Russia? You want to really get in a shooting match? Or do you want to possibly have 4 more years of peace? If you elect Clinton, we're definitely going to go to war. We're already in a war, but it's going to get ugly quick. So, well, my friend, I know that we had a limited amount of time. Man, I appreciate it. It was everything that I thought it was going to be. I really, really appreciate it. You want to give out your websites and what project? Watchers 10 just came out, correct?
Yeah, Watchers 10 is out along with the new book, Nephilim Hybrids. Go to our YouTube channel, L.A. Marzulli. Check that out. We have a TV program, which is about 28 and a half minutes. It's not a typical YouTube. It's a real television program. We're on a couple of stations. That's called ppsreport.com, ppsreport.com. But we're also on YouTube, obviously. You can buy all the Watchers on Vimeo. You can rent them or buy them. Vimeo is L.A. Marzulli. YouTube is L.A. Marzulli. The website is lamarzulli.net. So there you go. And you can avail yourself of, look, we've scratched the surface. That's why I write books and produce these movies, which, some of them are like an hour and a half long, for crying out loud. So there's a lot of information there, and it costs money to do this. And when you buy a book or DVD, it keeps us out in the field making new stuff. So
and
thank you ahead of time.
Yeah, no, that's definitely important. And we'll have links to all of your DVDs on the author page. And, one of the things too, I want to give the listeners, we have a lot of new listeners that are listening tonight because they knew you were going to be on the show. All of the books, DVDs, all of that are on the Midnight Ocean. They're not marked up in any way. So LA gets, make sure that he gets his money so you can support his efforts. And also it will help us and support our efforts. But we have those links, and please use those. And also, more importantly, is get out to the website, get out to LA's website, follow them, and just a plethora. And we just scratched the surface. As many layers that are within the Bible, we just opened the book. I mean, we're at page 1.
There you go.
And there's so much more. And LA, man, I appreciate it, and I thank you very much for taking the time out of your busy schedule to join us. And do I have your permission can I link to your videos on YouTube?
Absolutely. Please do.
And everything. Okay. I always ask that, because I understand,
It'd be an honor. Go for it.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
All right, Jeff. Thanks for having me on, man.
Take care. Take care of yourself.
You too.
Yep.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. There you go. L.A. Marzulli. Wow. What a show. They're always good. I think we do a great job in getting some of the best guys, some of the best guests on the show. I've always said what makes a great show are the great guests. And LA is definitely at the top of that list. And get out there, guys. I can't tell you how prolific LA's work is. If you guys, some of you guys know, his work and have seen his work, and some of you guys are just being introduced to it for the first time now. I cannot tell you, if you are a Christian and you are dealing with this problem, this reconciliation of science, Christianity, and the supernatural, as he says, instead of paranormal, supernatural, there is not a better resource than LA. Going out to a site, Dr. Michael Heiser as well. I mean, we got a whole slew of them, but, LA has, you heard it here, a practical man, a practical Christian talking about how he reconciles the supernatural with the reality. We didn't even get into the UFOs and the extraterrestrials. And he's, many of his books have dealt in those subject matters as well. And we'll bring LA back, if by the grace of God, if he wants to come back. So with that, I just want to say thank you, LA, for joining us. And what we're going to do is we're coming up on a break. So we'll take our break. And when we get back, I will open up the phone lines. And it'll be open topic.
This is the Midnight Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean Radio Show and podcast. I am your host, Jeff Norton. You can join me live here every weeknight from 10 p.m. till 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or on the web at www.themidnightocean.com. Wow, what a great 2 hours. You guys don't understand. I have been a fan of LA for such a long time. It is hard. I think the only other person that would probably call in here that could throw me off more than he, just talking to him, just, it's like where to start, especially in the type of show that we do because it's very conversational in nature. There's so many topics that we could talk about with LA that it's like where to start. Where do we start? I think it was a good show though. I think it was a great introduction of LA to you guys, and we got to see some things that I've never seen. True giant bones. That was incredible. That was incredible to see those live and to have him share those with us. And the sad part was firsthand to see how we are manipulated by those that don't want us to know, the esoteric, the secret realm, that we're not supposed to know that. And the fact that, he caught him red-handed. There were definitely pictures of a large human being estimated to be 9 feet tall or about 9 feet tall. And the fact that the museum took that picture and cropped out the giant, the 9 foot tall giant. And then came up with a baloney story on why they did it. So there you go. Like I said, that is the first time that I've seen that image. And it is incredible. And I highly recommend that you go out to LA's website, and you also go to our website if you want to purchase any of his books. We do have them listed. We're going to be adding more. It's about 6 pages on Amazon. We're going to add some more listings for you so you can purchase his books. But that leads us to open lines, open topics. So get them ready. If you are in the chat room, go ahead and fire them up. We'll be glad to talk about anything you guys want to talk about. We're going to be opening up the phone lines. The line is 352-388-3900. Put that into the chat room for you guys. So it is 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you is the chat. So it's open lines, open topics, anything that you would like to talk about. And when I say open, anything. Whatever you feel compels you. Kind of maybe the wrong term. The devil compels you. I don't want to say that as we roll into the evening here. Love to hear from you. So, all right. Caller, please give us your first name and where you're calling from.
Debbie, Seattle.
Hey, Debbie in Seattle. How are you? Is our is our friends back?
They most certainly are. They're out every night. Every night. They go up when it's cloudy, they go above the clouds, and when it's not cloudy, they're in plain sight.
Wow, that's incredible. Now, I take it you made it through the storm okay, correct? You're talking to us.
What? I was given divine warning by the man upstairs. This is no kidding.
Wow. So what did he tell you?
I was sitting on my porch about 3 days before, and I just became overcome with all these feelings, and it was really emotional, and I didn't know what was going on. I just knew something bad was going to happen.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I got a warning.
Well, last time we talked, you were saying that your son was going to come and pick you up, but he couldn't, and you were in high winds. So I'm just wondering, is everything okay? I mean, were you? I
went to an underground parking. I take those signs seriously. When I'm told to get out of the way, I get out of the way just in case.
Yeah, I'm a firm believer. We're trying to arrange a night here in the next couple of weeks where I'm going to be spending some time in a haunted building, actually 2 haunted spaces. But I will tell you, if I hear the words "get out," I'm gone. I ain't going to sit around and wait for it.
Well, I didn't hear the words. It was more of oh gosh, how can you say it? It was like some kind of a feeling that was inside of my soul.
I gotcha. Like a
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I've had those. I mean, I think everybody's had, if you're really in tune with yourself, I think everybody kind of shares those feelings in the sense that they feel an ominous presence or something ominous is going to happen. I mean.
Oh no, this is different, Jeff. This is
Really?
way different. This is from the man upstairs.
Yeah.
Because I've been having these things, since I was 5 years old.
So go tell. What was the message? What did he tell you?
He told me to get out of the way because something might happen. That's what the message was. It was a message of really deep sadness, grief, that something was going to happen. It was just really overpowering. I was crying. I was so upset by it.
Wow. But you took heed. I mean, you got out, you stayed in underground, and obviously we're talking to each other.
Yes, that's right. I listen to what he tells me.
Good. Oh, that's awesome. So did you listen to the show tonight with LA?
I sure did.
What'd you think?
It was awesome.
Yeah. He's a great guy. It's funny because almost everybody that he's been on there's a gnat flying around here in the studio, but almost everybody that he's done archaeological expeditions with have been guests on the show. And
really?
Yeah. So, and it's hilarious because, LA, when you get into the biblical, how do you say, when you get into the biblical prophecy, the biblical, esoteric, supernatural, he is I would say I won't say grandfather, give him that much age, but, he is one of the guys that you need to stand up and pay attention to.
Yeah. I seen that. Yeah.
A lot of the guys that I watch, with like at Skywatch and all of those guys, they always refer back to LA and get his opinion. So just having him on the show was a major coup de grace for us.
Yeah. Well, I know exactly where he's coming from.
Yep. So there's actually a question here. And like I said, you guys want to join into the conversation, the phone lines are open. Feel free to give us a call at 352-388-3900. Or, of course, you can ask your question in the chat room, and we'll post it here on the Skype line. So you can either email us or you can Skype us, or you can call us directly and everything. So as I read, hold on, Debbie, don't go because we don't have a caller, but I'm here in the chat room. So Peroxide wants to know, Jeff, how do you feel about WikiLeaks and hackers like Assange will affect politics and media in the future? So many young kids are coding today, so surely that will affect society in some way. No? Well, look, we wouldn't need, this is my feeling, we wouldn't need an Assange or a WikiLeaks if the media, who is actually protected under the Constitution of the United States, would do their job. We wouldn't need these guys. We wouldn't need the media. The media. We don't need the media because we got WikiLeaks and Assange. Now, that doesn't mean, the scary part when you have one source, or maybe in this case, two sources of information, they can be manipulated. There is no checks and balance. So you don't know, it's that old garbage in, garbage out that we use in the computer industry. That's the concerning part that I have about WikiLeaks, Assange, and Snowden, is that eventually they're going to be given, misinformation, garbage in, garbage out. And then of course, it's going, and I'm sure it's already been given to them. And so the issue or the concern that I have is that their credibility is going to be vastly undermined. The other part of it, too, is that we still live in a media society. And if there is no coverage on Assange and WikiLeaks or even Snowden, the information doesn't get out. There's been tens of thousands of document dumps done this week alone, but you haven't heard anything about them. You've heard
they're on the internet. They show you the full papers and everything.
Well, no, on what? On what channel?
I just see them on the internet, on Facebook.
All right. So, but this is the problem, Debbie, with the internet. You can't validate and you can't verify. There are so many things on the internet that you can't, and that's the problem with
it could all be fabricated. You never know.
If you had media, if the media was doing their job, you wouldn't need a WikiLeaks. You wouldn't need a Snowden.
Exactly.
This stuff would be exposed. It's not hard to find. What Assange is released on Hillary Clinton should be made in public domain anyways.
Well, sure it should.
And
that's what democracy is all about, right?
And Joey, no, I do not. Going back, Joey said, added in, do you actually believe what the new media tells you? No, I don't. I really don't. I don't believe any of it anymore.
No.
I have to go with my gut because, I'm like I said, there are documents, there are things. We've had guests on the show. We had Bob Fletcher on the show, and he talked about in the show yesterday the Clintons. You have. I don't need a WikiLeaks to know that people have not a mysterious, but have a way of dying around the Clintons. I also was today watching the news, and they were talking about Russia manipulating our political system. Look, people, I'm going to say this. I'm going to say this one time, and I'm usually right when it comes to hacking. And so, Russia did not provide WikiLeaks with her emails. The guy that provided WikiLeaks with the email caught 2 bullets in the back of the head as he was walking in, and he was working for the DNC. And he was a disgruntled DNC employee, and he's the one that provided. Assange, if you go back about 3 to 4 weeks ago, Assange alluded to it in one of his terrorist conversations. Not terrorist, but terrorist, when he was standing there on the embassy. But see, mainstream media wants to paint Putin and the Russians as the bad guys. Oh, the evil Russians that lurk under your thing. Look, I'm an American. I love this country and I'll fight for its liberties. However, I am disgusted by the actions of my government. And I think most Americans are as well. When you have a congressional, like 13% only we're going to go to war with Russia if we continue to go down. And I don't think we're going to bode well. We'll always be resilient because we're Americans and we're fighters, and who we are is not our government. Our government is our government. They actually, take them out, get them out of the way so we can get back to the American principles. But the reality of it is that we're going to go to war. And I tell people this election is.
You really think so?
Oh, I know so. The war drums are beating. I mean, the war drums are beating, and they're, we're fighting, we're shooting at each other. Russia, we owe $23 billion in trillion dollars in debt. China is devaluing our currency. They're going to move our currency over to they're going to move it out of the petrodollar. Or oils is no longer going to be traded in a petrodollar here in the next couple months. That's going to destroy our economy. They don't have to fire a shot. We're going to eat each other from within. Because think about one of these inner cities, just one inner city, one city. I'll just pick on Chicago because I'm from there. When that welfare check doesn't come in the mail and people can't feed their families because the government the government can't borrow any more money. You think you're not going to have mayhem? We had a hurricane here in Florida, and within 2 hours, the grocery stores were wiped out of food.
I know.
So when we go broke and our credit card as a country is no longer there, you don't think you're going to have massive mayhem in this country? The Russians and the Chinese don't have to fire a shot. because they don't have to. They'll devalue our currency. They'll do the same thing that Reagan did to the Russian. They're going to devalue the currency. They're going to unhook it from the petrodollar. America's got one choice at that point. We either destroy each other from within or we go to war. And America's going to they're going to choose war because that takes the focus off of the people that created this problem. And
exactly.
It's sad. And I know a lot of people are, oh, Jeff, you're getting political again. Well, no, this is biblical.
Yeah.
As LA was saying.
You got to be awake nowadays. You know what I mean?
Well, what do you make of Assange not being cut off by Ecuador? Is it driving from the embassy? So, I don't know. I find it funny that his internet was cut off. But yet he was still tweeting. I don't know how that works.
I think it said that he found asylum in Indonesia or something like that. One of them kind of countries.
Well, he's in Ecuador. He's got asylum in Ecuador. He's in the Ecuadorian embassy. I actually think, the United States government, there is a huge amount of pressure that the United States government can bear. Look, let me say this. There are 186 dead Americans that have personal ties with the Clintons. That is one family that you do not want to have in your bad side. They learned and they know what work is and they know how to use it. That, it is, and I talk to friends about this all the time. I challenge you, Debbie, and I challenge our listeners out there. Name one person or name two people in your life right now who have died under extreme circumstances. Can you name two people?
That I know?
That you know, personally. And this is for the audience out there listening. Name two people.
No, not me personally, no.
That's right. They have 186.
Wow.
Let's put that in perspective for you. Let's put that in perspective. They have 186 people that have been attributed, that they know, and this including the labor secretary, the people that were on the airplane that crashed, but yet when they did the autopsy, he had a bullet through his head. But they said
I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, no, the autopsy, he had a bullet. The autopsy came back and he was shot. They said that when the airplane crashed, a round was discharged and killed him.
Well, who did that? Who shot him?
Well, someone on the plane, obviously.
Well, yeah, I know that.
But yeah, Labor Secretary Tom Ridge. When they did the autopsy, he had a bullet hole in his head, and they said that the explanation was when the airplane crashed, because there was military, there was guards and stuff, that when the airplane crashed, a round went off and shot him. That's how he died.
I don't think so. What kind of chance is that?
Yeah, I don't. Let's look at Vince Foster. Let's go down the list of people. Look at the two people just in the DNC, the one who worked for the DNC and the lawyer that filed the lawsuit against the DNC. One of the guys, he was walking out, the guy that worked for the DNC, who I believe gave WikiLeaks the actual documents on Clinton and on what was going on with the head of the DNC, Wasserman Schultz. She's an evil woman, by the way. She's from Florida, and she is an evil, evil woman. But the thing is that 2 or 3 days later, he's walking out of his house, and he gets shot in the back twice. Then you have the lawyer who filed the lawsuit, who was in near health condition. He was found dead in his bathroom, and his autopsy has been marked as national security. So go figure that. Yeah, they marked his autopsy report, so it can't be released. It's a national security issue. How can it be a national security issue unless there's something, national security means the government's covering up something. There's something that the government doesn't want you to know. And he was found dead, but his autopsy is now classified as a classified autopsy. So, it's just one of those things. Hold on for a second. Let me get some coffee. So, yeah, I mean, it's just one of those. Look, it's scary times, man. The devil, Lucifer, he is in his death throes. And he's going to do everything. And it's going to get ugly before it gets better, as you know, if you follow the Bible.
Oh, yeah. I follow the Bible.
Yeah. So, but as far as his network being cut peroxide, I'll tell you, I think they caved under the pressure.
Yeah, so do I.
I think they caved under the pressure. I'm a firm believer that they do. Now, I don't know, like I said, there's a rumor going around, and that's the concern that I have about an Assange or about a Snowden, is they can be used for disinformation as well. And there are some things that are troubling there, especially that's why the media is so important, but they're long gone. They're completely long gone.
Right.
You need to listen to shows like what we do here, even though we're considered a media resource by definition and by code that we, for IRS purposes. But like a Bob Fletcher, you need to, if you want to know what's going on, listen to Bob Fletcher, listen to L.A., Marzulli, listen to some of our guests that come on the show that we have here that join us. I mean, not only do you have Bob, but you also have Gerard from the Netherlands joined us the other day. That was a great show because he gave us an outside United States. Rob Skiba is going to actually be joining us again. Well, going to be coming onto the show. We had to reschedule him. You had Derek Gilbert from Skywatch on the show. And if you want to know what's going on in the Middle East, that's where you got to get your news from those guys.
Yeah.
That's where you need to get your news from because they'll tell you what's going on. Derek made it perfectly clear that you have the Saudis who want to run an oil line through Syria. You have the Syrians who want to partner with the Iranians to run the oil line up to Europe. That's $1 billion a year industry for Syria, but the Saudis want to control it. So now we got to get rid of the Syrian president, an elected president, mind you. He was elected by his people because the Saudis were and as L.A. Marzulli just explained to you, is the Sunni Shia relationship and who's on whose side in those relationships.
Right.
And he kind of filled that puzzle together for us. And that's where you're going to have to get your media. And then you're going to have to, hey, Captain Sully. So, that's where you're going to have to, unfortunately, disseminate what you hear on even shows like mine and figure out what makes sense to you and what doesn't. I will tell you that if I hear something that I don't agree with, I'll let you know. I mean, I'm not gonna, especially when it comes to politics. People talking about extraterrestrials and stuff like that, I'm not going to question that. That's their story. That's, what they believe. And, I wasn't there. I don't know. But when you get into the geopolitical issues and stuff, if it doesn't pass my sniff test, I'm definitely going to say something because I don't want that misinformation. I don't want to be used for misinformation.
Exactly. Yeah.
So, vaccine did cause autism the fellow who found that, they're killing off, and this is actually Joey in the Skype chat or in the Spreaker chat room, says the guy, I mean, if you go counter to this government, to this administration, you're dead.
You are.
You're dead. Look, I can tell
you're walking a fine line, that one.
Yep. I can tell you in, just in what we do in the esoteric things. Every once in a while, we'll bring in a Bob Fletcher, but we have to be very careful what we do. And I will tell you, what I love, we moved out of Chicago. I had issues when I was doing my political podcast where I was getting constantly harassed and, cars pulling up in my driveway and just sitting there.
That's kind of scary, huh?
Well, it happens.
Kind of creepy.
Yeah, it happens. And I can tell you now where we live, government vehicle drive down this street, you're going to get stopped. And you're going to be told, believe it or not, you'll probably be stopped by the sheriff or one of his deputies because they don't go there. Look, there are a lot of people that are awake. That's what I love about Florida. Florida, there are a lot. I mean, as you get down in the liberal southern part of Florida, and where the snowbirds are taking over, it's a little bit different. But here where we're at in this part of the Florida, this is bow hunting, gun toting, Florida redneck, as they would say.
Yeah.
And if you are, you with the government, you ain't welcome here. We don't want you here. I remember the other day we had FEMA people walking through the neighborhood, and we knew they were in the neighborhood before they knew they were in the neighborhood because the phone calls went out.
Oh, wow.
To everybody. Yeah. Hey, FEMA's knocking on everybody's door. Hey, has the FEMA girls been by your house yet? Because we had the hurricane. And most of the people here are like, we don't want anything to do with them.
Hell no.
No, just move on. You're not welcome here. Go on.
With all them FEMA camps and all them plastic coffin deals and stuff.
Yeah. In Atlanta, Georgia.
My daughter's scared to death.
Yeah, you have in Atlanta, Georgia. There's a facility in which is thing, and I'll tell you, I heard Julian Assange is on his way to Gitmo just now. Wow, Captain Sully, tell us, where did you hear that so we can bring it up? That is, I wouldn't doubt it. I mean, I wouldn't.
Are they going to pull it up?
Captain Scully in the chat room.
Oh.
And this is the problem that you have with alternative media, because you hear these rumors, and then the problem is that it's just rumors.
Yeah.
The reality of it. Well, who knows though? If he goes to Gitmo, doesn't Obama want to shut Gitmo down? So he'll be here in the United States. Let me find it again. Yeah, he's looking for it now. But how could we? Proxy says in the chat room, how could we possibly know we've been fed disinfo? Yeah, you're right. Some feel anonymous does that. I've seen. I think this is the thing. This is part of being awake, right? And when you're awake, you have that gut feeling. How do I say it? I know my government. I know the New World Order, regardless of the information, Proxy, that they put out now. In the past, before they were, before they knew that they were exposed for what they are, they put these documents out. So I don't have to go on what I hear now. I go on what I know from the past.
Exactly.
I know, and Peroxide said, so, hey guys, bring it up into the group. I want to see it. I want to hear, I want to see the link about Assange. He might have been arrested. But, I want to know what, I don't need to know the main, because I know that the New World Order, Agenda 21, I know all of that stuff. And I know that they're implementing it now. And I don't need to know, because everything else is disinformation now. I wouldn't trust any of it now.
Yeah, I've been feeling that way too. This is like, seems like they're just exaggerating stuff and everything, and just trying to get people all against each other and everything. And
yeah,
concerning the elections and everything. It's just crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they want black and white, gays and, straights, married, not married, Catholics, Muslims, Christians, Muslims, whatever. They want us looking and fighting with each other, because if we're using up that energy where we're fighting with each other, we're not fighting with them anymore. And so that's what their goal is. Their goal is to keep us fighting with each other. And I've always said we don't have a race problem in the United States. We have an ignorance problem in the United States. We have a lot of ignorant people. And that is a direct and part and parcel because of our education system. And who controls our education system? The Agenda 21. If you had intelligent people, and it doesn't matter what race you are, if you were intelligent, you would not act in these foolish ways.
Exactly.
You wouldn't be out. It's just, it's just crazy. Now, the other part of that, though, is that we have the militarization of our police force. We do. A lot of these city, and like I said, that's why we moved into the rural community, because we don't see it at the sheriff in our level. It's these inner cities where you have the militarization, and they're hiring combat veterans, guys that don't have a problem pulling the trigger. And they, it's insane. It's just utterly, utterly insane. And most people don't want to admit that, but that's the truth. I mean, it's the truth. But we have an ignorance problem. We don't have a racial problem. I think most Americans, now you do have some idiots. Oh, this is an anonymous news. So you have some idiots out there who are just completely, backwoods, ignorant, but they're still ignorant. Most people just want to go to work, and provide for their families. Yeah.
Yeah. There's a lot of people that just don't want to get drug in it. They just want to keep on doing their daily thing, And a lot of people's going to be really unprepared for what's going to happen.
Yeah. Well, a lot of people are ill prepared, and they don't have their food and everything. So, and here, let me read this. This actually comes from Anonymous. So, rumors are swirling that Julian Assange has been captured and sent to a retention flight to Charlotte, North Carolina, aboard a U.S. state military plane known as Gitmo Bay Express. Wikileaks announced that Julian Assange's internet access has been cut by the state actor late Sunday night, prompting fears for his safety. A small crowd of supporters gathered outside the embassy in London in order to protect him by providing witnesses to any foul play. People were on edge already because of the U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry's presence in the UK at the time, and because of cryptic tweets WikiLeaks sent out earlier in the day, rumored to be key to a dead man switch activated by Assange's death or detention. Amongst the crowd supporters, a Periscope live stream was set up to broadcast from the other side of the embassy. The live stream was viewed by thousands of supporters around the world concerned for Assange's safety in light of long-standing threats to his life and recent statements by John Kerry threatening Ecuador with grave consequences if WikiLeaks founder isn't silenced soon. But the Periscope live feed was suddenly cut without warning, and rumors began to spread that a unnamed crew entered the embassy during the outage. As concerns for Assange's safety continue to grow, a Reddit claimed that the U.S. Gulfstream jet claimed to be N379P, that's the tail number, had taken off from a military base outside of London shortly after the outage in the Ecuadorian embassy. When another Redditor pointed out N379P was from the notorious retention plane nicknamed the Guantanamo Bay Express, fears that Assange's safety reached fever pitch. Using flight radar, the plane was tracked by Reddit as it made its way across the Atlantic towards the United States. There was speculation the plane was heading straight for Gitmo Bay. However, after an 8-hour journey, the military jet began descending towards Smithfield in North Carolina. So it's there. Yeah, their relief the plane landed rather than Gitmo quickly faded when Assange supporters searched Google and discovered that Smithfield Air Base is a notorious CIA retention airport and black site known as the Smithfield's Dirty Secret.
Wow.
So, well, heads up. Hopefully Assange is still in the Ecuadorian, but it's only a matter of time.
Right.
He made the big no-no. He went after the Clintons.
Yeah, you don't do that.
He went
those
after.
guys are ruthless, Jeff.
Oh, no. The Clintons, I saw a video where he was safe. All right, so Joey's reporting that they saw a video where apparently Assange put out that he was safe.
Yeah, I seen that too.
So that's good.
Yeah, I seen that. Wow, nice clear sky, Jeff.
Yeah. So
That's cut off.
So peroxide, you can't put in the full URL. Won't let you do that, and that's our Nightbot does that for you. But it's all right.
Yeah,
it's all right. So that's good. That Assange is safe. It looks like, and everything. But this goes to show you, though, we shouldn't be having this conversation.
Exactly.
Period.
Our government keeps so much stuff from us. We are not a free society.
No.
You never really,
you're
never own
you're
anything.
Look, you're not.
Even after you pay your houses off, you don't pay your taxes, the government's going to take your house.
Yeah, they're going to take that. That's exactly where I was going. And if you guys
borderline commie is what it is.
Yeah. If you don't pay your taxes, they'll come and take your house. If you don't, it's just, it's amazing. And if you guys would like to join in the conversation, give us a call, 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you. Feel free. We can have multiple callers at the same time. We can definitely do that. So, feel free to give us a call, and love to hear from you guys and everything. But, so we inverted it.
All my friends all stirred up telling them, you really think you own your house?
No, you don't. Don't pay your taxes.
Yeah, don't pay. And they sit and they scratch their heads, The first message I got was WTF, and then they started thinking about it.
Yeah, you don't pay your taxes, and you'll see how quick you own your house.
Exactly.
In this country.
Anything, it's not right.
Yeah. Yep. So I agree with you on that one. It's just, it's.
What's going to happen when all this comes down and everybody's not able to make their mortgage? What's going to happen?
Well, this is the thing, is that you got to have a police force that's going to come and get it, right? I mean, when people can't make their mortgage, or they can't feed themselves, you're going to have mass chaos. You're going to have people that not being able to feed themselves before they can't make their mortgage.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Thank God my son has a good enough job that he can sustain himself.
But that can change.
Yes, I know.
I mean, if you go to war changes everything.
It does.
And economy right now, my industry, the industry that I'm involved in, which is telecommunications and everything, is at a screeching halt. I talked to 4 of the major telecom providers in the United States, and businesses are not, number one, businesses aren't getting new phone lines. They're not investing in their, So Joey said that here in upstate central New York, they're building a lot of apartments and homes, which does not make sense. Well, yeah, it does. You're getting back into another housing bubble because, let me explain to you, Joey, what happens.
My daughter lives up there, too.
When you buy a house, or even when an apartment gets built, the local, that's why you have these housing bubbles. We're getting back into another housing bubble. And the other thing is you got a lot of foreign investment coming into the country.
Right.
But the government, they have, once again, they allowed these housing bubbles to be created again, because the local municipalities need that tax revenue. The tax revenue, this is the thing that people don't realize, and it's laundering of money is what it is. Your local municipality, if someone lives in that house or that apartment, gets paid regardless. They get paid by the bank. So what does the bank do? The bank will go to the Federal Reserve. They'll print more money. The bank will then, the bank doesn't have the assets. I mean, there used to be a 10% rule or, whatever the rule was that they had to hold in reserve. That rule's been pretty much wiped out.
Yeah, right.
And so what the banks do is that they'll just go to the Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve will print more money, give it to the bank. The taxes get paid to the government. So it's basically money laundering is what's going on. So the reason why the government's allowing more of these houses to be built and everything, especially these banks, is because the banks are taking their assets. The banks aren't lending you and me money. The banks are buying this stuff. The banks are, and these investment brokers and stuff are doing this. So that's why you're seeing it's a fake housing boom. And we're seeing it down here. Now in Florida, we're seeing more and more because you got people moving down here to enjoy the weather. But you still have, the problem is that you have people that are on fixed incomes that are selling, they're selling their houses at exuberant rates. And like I said, you can buy a nice 3-bedroom house here where I live for $59,000. Now, the thing is they make it perfectly clear. I went to my first, because I actually sat on the codes board, in my local town here, and they told me, don't be bringing your Yankee ways down here.
Oh,
and then when they found out that I'm not a liberal and stuff, now I kind of, but they still view me as a Yankee. Even though, I've lived all over the world, but and I'm still viewed as a Yankee, but we get along because they know I like my guns. I like my guns. And,
me too. I got a 38 special.
I'm a gun guy, and I'm also a bow guy. So when they see me standing out in my yard at the corner of my yard, shooting through past my fence into the target, they kind of like, okay, he's a redneck. So, on August ruled suicide, but witness saw a man jumping the fence and report shot fired. Yeah, I heard that Scully's, Scully just said, Dan, I can't post. Yeah, you can't post links, unfortunately, guys. You cannot, but, gaming and Captain, Sully breaking John Kerry threatened U.S. will attack Ecuador with military airstrikes if they do not cut off Assange internet link. Sully, I just read Assange lawyer was found dead on August 22nd as well. Ruled suicide. Yeah, that's correct. Not the female, his other attorney. Yeah, he committed suicide. Right.
Yeah, sure he did.
Right.
I believe that.
No, look. I mean, the government is putting the screws to the Ecuadorian government. And this is why we're hated all around the world.
Right.
This government is not a government. We as a country are not a beacon of peace and serenity. The only product we output in this country is war.
Right.
That's it. We export war very well. And,
well, that's because the government profits off of it.
Well, not the government. The government doesn't profit off of anything, but the elites, the people that own the war machines, they profit.
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, the government. You have more. You're richer than the United States government because the government doesn't produce anything. There is no product.
It's all the elites.
Yeah, there is no product. You are richer than the government. When you do a simple balance sheet, if I went to a bank, think about this. I went to a bank and I went to go get a loan, and I told the bank that I was $23 trillion in debt, but I have a monthly income of $310 million. So they would go, you have an income of $310 million, but you're $23 trillion. And that's how much revenue last month the government of the United States collected over $310 million in taxes last month alone. But you're 23, that debt to equity ratio is still too high that they would be like, you're crazy. We're not going to give you any money. There's no way. And it's the same thing. It's kind of like you're already in debt. It's not that your debts that you're going to incur. We didn't even talk about the debts that we're going to incur. They're talking your debt to equity ratio is so high that at $310 million a month in revenue, like that was your income, at $23 trillion, your debt to equity ratio is too high. You can't, and there's going to be a point in which you cannot, or our government can't pay the interest on the debt. And then you're insolvent. Because the problem is that no matter how much money you make, you'll never make enough to pay the interest off.
Exactly.
And we know the maximum number right now is $310 million. The government can raise $310 million. I think the note or the interest rate on the note that we're paying is just shy of that, just south of that. So we're almost there. We're almost there where every dollar that the government collects for taxes goes to pay the interest on the debt, which is the bankers, the cabal. So.
Wow.
Yep. Yeah, I know, Joe. I know, Joe, who you are. They are willing to kill to protect it. I'm in the chat room and Joe, Captain Sully came in, and I know Joe's a good friend. He actually used to listen to me years ago on my political podcast. Thank you, Joe, for coming over and joining.
Too bad I didn't know about you years ago. I would have been your favorite fan.
I had a few. I had to stop because it's such a negative. It is such a negative life, you know. And I enjoyed what I did. Don't get me wrong, because this is what we did right here. What we're talking about. This is what we did every night, 4 hours a night. And I had guests, but all my guests were political people, not the esoteric mystics guys and stuff. So, all right, of course, yeah. But so let me see. Why now? He's been there 4 years. Yeah, but he's going after killing. Yeah, that's why. That exactly, Joe. I think you're absolutely right. See, this is the thing. There are certain people who are ordained. This goes back. I want to share something with you guys, and you can do your research, or you can't. There was a time 8 years ago. Remember when Obama was running for president against Hillary Clinton?
Yeah.
We seem to have forgot it was Hillary Clinton's camp who actually floated the birther movement. They're the ones that started the birther movement. Hillary Clinton. There was a time in which, you know, Michelle Obama was talking about Hillary Clinton not being able to clean her house, so what makes her think that she can keep the White House, right? I mean, these were, you know, there was a lot of times where they were at each other's throats. And Hillary Clinton thought that she was the ordained one back 8 years ago. Look it up. There was a meeting of the Bilderberg Group in Virginia, and when things really got nasty in the Democratic Party, really got nasty, they were going at each other pretty heavy. You think Trump was pretty vitriol? You ought to see some of the stuff Obama and what Hillary were doing to each other. And so there was a meeting of an emergency meeting of the Bilderberg Group in Virginia. There is a video where basically Hillary Clinton and Barack Obama, President Barack Obama, he is the president, so I don't believe in being disrespectful. He is the president, so you got to put that title in front of it. And there's a reason why I do that. I know a lot of you guys don't like it, but the reality of it is that, you know, when our president or your president gets in there, you would want the same respect for him. So let's show the man respect. The president of the United States, Barack Obama, when he was elected, or when he disappeared, Clinton disappeared for 3 days. They actually put the press team on the plane and made it look like, there's video of this in YouTube, made it look like President Barack Obama was on the plane with them, and then they flew them all back to Chicago, and of course the Clinton plane, they flew back to New York. And neither of them were on the plane, and they disappeared for 3 days. It just happens that the mysterious car showing up in Virginia, you had the Bilderberg Group in Virginia. Not soon after that meeting, Hillary Clinton came up and suspended her campaign.
Oh, wow.
So she was told that I believe, I am of the opinion that she was basically told that she was not going to be, and President Obama was the anointed one. Now, it's funny how our government and our media will sit here and talk about the manipulation of our political process by Russia, but they won't talk about the manipulation of our political process by the Bilderberg.
Right.
And they won't talk about the manipulation of our political process by the cabal. They won't talk about the manipulation of our political process by the media, by themselves, because they are manipulating the thing. By them talking about what Trump said, as foul as I think it is, as much as they don't want, if they want to talk about it, let them talk about it. But the whole time that they're talking about this, they're not talking about what I find even more damning is the comments that Hillary Clinton and her team have said about Africans, Americans, and Mexicans and immigrants to this country. There's an email that went out talking about how at least the Arabians or the Syrian will come here and they will work where the blacks don't. She actually says that in an email exchange. But
wow.
Did you hear about it? No.
No, I didn't hear about it.
Yeah, exactly. Go to Wikipedia and look it up. Hillary Clinton talking about the blacks. You can just say that. And there was an email exchange between her and Podesta, her political advisor, where they were talking about, the refugee problem. And she said that she made a statement that at least the refugee people serve a purpose where the blacks do not.
Yeah, I seen that on the internet. I didn't know whether or not to believe it or not.
No,
I remember I did see it.
Yeah, it came out like 2 weeks. It came out like a week and a half ago.
Right.
But yeah, they don't. Like I said, they don't. But they're not going to report on that. They'd rather report on, and I hate to use the term, but Trump's male immaturity, and it is. I mean, it's demeaning, and I get it, and I don't appreciate it, but the reality of it is that it is locker room talk.
Right.
I mean, I talked about how I have a video of, and I posted on my Facebook page, where I have a video of Dom Lemon, CNN anchor, talking about a girl's rack.
Yeah.
And Don, here's Don all high and mighty talking about, oh, you shouldn't, but yet he's on news talking about a girl's rack. How's that?
Yeah.
Is that not demeaning? That's demeaning.
Yeah, his wife was on the evening news.
Well, not Don. You mean Trump?
How she was claiming, it was just like boy locker room talk.
Well, it was locker room talk.
Yeah.
I mean, guys, look. Let me say that there's also a movement to feminize men in this country.
Yeah.
Guys, let me explain something to you if you don't know this. Guys are foul. When guys get together and talk about things, you don't want to, hear someone. I have a really good friend that I used to drive back from Chicago. We used to go to Chicago. We would commute every day, and it was a 2.5 hour commute. We said that it would be an awesome radio show just to do our commute, like what we talk about as we're driving. We couldn't put it on the air because, and let's face it, and guys out there, I don't know if I talk that way now because I'm a little bit more mature and a little bit, I have other things to talk about.
Right.
But back then, when I was younger, I can tell you,
guys do that.
Guys do that. I mean, is it appropriate? Inappropriate? But
so do women, though, Jeff.
But there isn't one lady that they produce. You know how now they're saying, oh, these women, he grabbed this, they grabbed that. There isn't one woman that they produce that has a credible story against Trump. Even this latest one, this reporter that wrote the Time magazine, well, she went to her friends and she complained. If you were assaulted sexually, you would go to the police.
Exactly.
Why weren't the police involved? You know, this whole thing with Bill Cosby, do I believe that Bill Cosby raped these women? Absolutely. But we have this thing called the law. You can't seek justice at a later, well, obviously you can in this country. But, you know, the problem is that there was nothing ever reported. But what hung Bill Cosby, she wouldn't have a case if the judge didn't make a ruling on a the prosecution had a and it was the way it was worded. Shame on his attorney. But, you know, if that's the case, then let's go after Bill Clinton. Well, let's line the women up that have accused Bill Clinton of raping them, of paying for their abortions because they got pregnant. You know, let's line them up. Let's line them up. So
yeah, I agree.
Oh, well. Hey, I'm going to take a quick break, and then we're going to come back, and we'll just kind of roll into the night. Deb, if you want to hang on, since there's no other callers, you're more than welcome to stay on.
All right, I'm hanging.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute, though, and we'll be back for a few minutes. You're listening to the Midnight Ocean radio show and podcast. If you'd like to join into the conversation, you can obviously do it in the chat room, or you can give us a call at 352-388-3900. That's area code 352-388-3900. Love to hear from you. And Joe, I would definitely love to hear from you, my friend.
Ocean with Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.
That is right, Andrew. This is the Midnight Ocean radio show and a podcast as we cruise on into the last hour here. It's open lines. Anything you want to talk about, give us a call at 352-388-3900. Don't be bashful. We will, I know that we're talking about current political affairs, but we can change the topics. If you want to talk about metaphysics, if you want to talk about your UFO experiences, alien abductions, ghosts, anything. It is open lines, though. We just kind of settled in with the politics because that seems to be the affair of the night, of the week, of the month, of the year. But let me tell you guys some things. If you're joining us for the first time on YouTube, make sure that you get over there and you hit that subscribe button. If you're joining us on Facebook, as you guys have been seeing in the banners and everything, make sure that you switch over to YouTube or know how to find us on YouTube because it's only a matter of time. I called out Zuckerberg, and it's probably not going to happen. This will be the first time that we've gone. We went almost all last night without being disconnected. But maybe they got some things worked out there. But we typically will get disconnected. And unfortunately, the way the system's set up, I can't restart that feed without affecting the YouTube feed. So if we do get disconnected in Facebook, come on over to YouTube. Love to have you here. Wow. Let me tell you some things that have been going on here. There's two things that whenever you do a podcast, there's two things that are really hard to do. Number one, well, there's three things. Find good guests, but we've been blessed. Check. We're doing, great guests as we had like L.A. Marzulli joined us tonight. We had Bob Fletcher on last night. Great show. Iran-Contra, but it was a lot more. 9/11. Inside job, building of secret bunkers, the assassination of Congressman Sonny Bono. Just incredible shows. And we definitely have some more lined up for you here in the next couple of days. But, so, great guests. We have that taken care of. Check. The second thing is syndication. We are actually very fortunate that we actually are working. We have conversations with a company that wants to syndicate us. The problem is not the problem, not really a problem. The thing is that there's some things that we have to do in order to get there, i.e. the studio, there's some equipment that we need to purchase. There's about $23,000. I'm not asking for you guys to help me with that. Well, God will provide, as He has done, always. But so we're getting there, but we are in negotiating. We're talking. It's going to happen. Check, right? The last thing is what they call monetization. Now, a lot of podcasters monetize through like YouTube, different things like that, right? Sponsorship. And we've been very blessed to have some donations come in, some sponsorships come in. And, one of them is Scott Limrell has sponsored us or donated, and I appreciate that. Brendan over at Liver Medic has provided me with some health-saving medicine, liver cleanse, that I'm doing as we're talking. So, we have that. But more importantly, I will tell you this. We have been approved. Now, typically this doesn't happen until you hit your about 20,000 listeners per show. We're nowhere near that. Had that track record when we were doing the other show that we were doing. But we didn't have that track record with this show. But this show is growing, and the potential of it is obviously being seen because we today have been approved to join the ad network. Now, this is a network that is comprised of radio stations. These are how radio stations, a lot of them get their ads now, is through these ad networks. And so we can offer products and services and, storable food, discounts on car rentals, hotels, travel. We're going to have a bunch of things for you guys that these are sponsored. These guys are sponsoring the show. And by you guys using their products and services through our show, you will help us fund us so that we can build out our studio. Like I said, we We have the quote. We know what it's going to take. It's about $23,000 is what we have to come up with before the first of the year to upgrade our studios. There are certain things that we have to do before we can get on the XDS satellite system. And, we'll get there. I have faith. I believe. And we're going to do that. And, these are things that you're going to use anyways. And you'll hear about those in the coming weeks, coming days, I would say. Now, we're not going to, pepper our show with advertisements. Our clock is our clock. We have 4 minutes at the bottom and 4 minutes at the top. We're going to keep the maximum. One of the things, I love Alex Jones. I love his show. I can handle the vitriol. It doesn't offend me. I don't have sensitive ears and everything. But I will. One of the things that just aggravates me is all the commercials. And I get it. You got bills to pay. That's why we're trying to keep our costs here at a bare minimum. And everything. And fund ourselves. But we're not going to change our clock. That's not going to change or anything like that. But we are going to be, you're going to be hearing some personal testimony. Like I said, I will also tell you this. Anything that I talk about on my show, I either use, have used, and will endorse. It's not that, some company calls me out of the blue and asks me to endorse them. That's not how I work. These are products and services that I use currently or have used in the past in my years in business and everything. But we have some pretty cool things from, hosting companies to computer security to backup systems to just all sorts of different systems that I'll recommend. So, Debbie, we are back on the line. If you guys would like to give us a call at 352-388-3900. Joe, I'd hate to call you out like that, but I'd love to hear from you, my friend. It's been 4 years since we've talked last.
That's a long time.
Yeah. Yeah. Ron Gibson's YouTube channel, and you can... Well, see, I don't believe in that, Joe, and let me tell you why. Alex has got to pay bills. He's got... Yeah, Joe. Who, me? Yeah, Joe. Yeah. Unless you're a different Joe Sullivan that I knew back in the day. Used to listen to my show on the Midnight Patriot. Here we go. Oh, this is Joseph joining the call. Hold on for a second. Hey, Five Eagles, how are you, my friend?
Pretty good. I listened to the show earlier when LA was on.
LA,
flipping back and forth, looking at different things.
Well, welcome to the show. Welcome back to the show. Yeah,
Thanks.
Thank you. And for those that don't know, Joseph Reyna was the one that actually hooked me up with LA, Marzulli. Out of all the guys, it was funny because with Michael Hester, with Pete, all those guys, Joe, all the guys that that worked with LA, it was Joseph that finally gave me the information and stuff. No, what'd you think? What do you think about the show?
Oh, it was great. I was really impressed. I was hoping he'd talk more about the Nephilim because of some of the stuff he's gone into, the one they caught in Afghanistan, the battle they had out there with it, and things like that. They all seem to fit the same profile, red hair, large. And I was reading a section, it was something I found on Facebook. Francis Drake mentioned these beings as well.
Yes.
They were all the very shortest, 8 feet tall, red hair. And when they got to, what's that island? Easter Island. They always talk about the natives, the short little brown natives, but they don't talk about the other ones, the much taller, red-haired, bearded giants that were on the island as well.
Yeah, I mean, Cook even noted it, and I was reading Cook's journals, and he even noted the giants as well, Francis. So, it was one of those things where Yeah, I mean, they're out there. You got to see them. They tried to eliminate them from the view or from us. And like I said, I don't understand the logic behind it, but there's a lot of things I don't understand the logic behind.
Well, a lot of it would give the Bible some kind of weight.
Yeah, well, that's true.
And it would throw Darwinism out the window.
Well, yeah, I mean, I get why they do it. It's just that, you would think that you can't tell me that there's not Christians in the government. I know that they're a house of horrors. Excuse my language. But there's a few Christians there. So you would think that someone in the government would whistle blow or come out and say, hey, we're not going to go along with this. But who knows? I mean, they've taken religion pretty much out of the military. So, I mean, our last true bastion of real men and real people, it just goes to show you, if they can take Christianity out of the military, that tells you that the state of our current affairs. So.
Oh, earlier you were talking with one of your guests, someone on the radio. Phone.
Yeah.
About the police department and how they were hiring these ex-military. Actually, what I found is they don't. They might go after a few ex-military, but they really want someone who has the profile of Hartman from South Park. And I didn't get that show. I never really watched it, but that one particular episode was "You Will Respect My Authority."
Yeah.
I never really understood it until I started seeing cops in action. They get very upset if you question anything.
Yeah.
And that's the mentality they were going after, because that was the type of individual they would need to help control the public.
Yeah.
But now they've got too many of these guys and they can't control them very well.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, yeah, there's a profile that they're looking for. There's a specific, it's not, if you went in there and said that, hey, I'm a member of the Oath Keepers, they wouldn't hire you. If they're looking for people that they can manipulate, people that they can dupe. And, there was a conversation in the thread yesterday, and I wanted to address this and I couldn't get to it. It's like, on another show, is why, Snowden didn't have the credentials to do the work that he was doing. He absolutely had the credentials to do the work he was doing, because he was he could be compromised. The government, look, people, the government doesn't hire the greatest and the best and the brightest. Those people are working for themselves. They've already figured it out. Why would I work for a government contractor where I can make half of what I could do in the civilian world? And I've been a government contractor, so I know what the pay rates are. And there's a schedule that they get paid. Even though you're a contractor, you still get paid a schedule. And so for his pay level and his skill set, he was absolutely the best candidate. And the fact that he was compromisable. They could compromise him.
They always bring up he should have gone through proper channels. I saw what happened to people who went through proper channels being in the military. It doesn't bode well for you in the end.
It doesn't.
And they crucified people many times before him. He took the only other path available to him.
Let me tell you a little story about a man named Jeff, who was working on I don't know if you saw the show, but I actually, when I was talking to Marshall's Masters, I actually showed the documents that I worked on and the critical incident management system that I helped design for the 5th CST. I then went to go work on a project called Guardian, where we were looking at people's medical records. Now, the premise of Guardian was where we were actually tied in, and we were looking for biological attacks and disease, nuclear biological attacks, and helping doctors, do diagnosis. This is bioethic kind of stuff, biomed. And we designed this system called Guardian. It was a grant that was through the Department of Defense, and it was through the Chicago hospitals. I found out that they were maintaining these we were actually looking at medical records that we had no business looking at. And I also saw that this data was being stored. Now, granted, I don't know what was being used with the data or whatever, but there was just things that I didn't like about it. The invasion of privacy part. I went to my superiors, and basically I was told either shut up or get another job. But I was under an agreement, obviously, that I couldn't discuss it, that I couldn't talk about it publicly. I then proceeded to push the issue, and I was told, don't worry about it. We'll hire people. And these are people and these were foreigners. These weren't Indians though. These were from Argentina. The company actually hired people that had no allegiance to the American people. And one of the guys I was talking to as we were doing the knowledge transfer, he goes, I don't care about your Constitution. I'm not an American. I can care less. That's what the government does. These defense contractors, they will hire people that have no sense of United States law or Constitution. They can care less as long as they get a job. And so, one of the things, and I whistleblowed, I went and told news agencies and stuff, but that was under the Bush era. No one would listen to me. I'm like, look, guys, we're collecting, this is back in 97. I'm like, 2007. 2008, I'm like, we're collecting your medical records. And this is in Chicago, and none of the major newspapers, I had the document. I designed the system. I had proof. It wasn't like, this is what we're doing. I even went to Alex Jones, and Alex wouldn't even put me on the air. I had the document. I'm like, I'm the guy that designed the system. I engineer it. Here's all the documents that tell you how the system works and what it's doing. But I couldn't get anybody to listen to me. So I get what Snowden did. I understand exactly what he did. When I only had a small segment of what the government was doing. I mean, he had a large segment. He had to flee the country. He would have been dead. You don't think he would be dead by now if he didn't flee the country? And they were trying to kill him in China or in Japan when he was there. So I don't know.
I was out on the road today doing some deliveries and stuff, and I put on Rush Limbaugh, and I was hearing something that didn't make any sense. I almost turned the radio off. I said, no, let me hear what are you talking about? Taking showers? Makes no sense. What they were talking about was people being paid by the Democratic Party to go find these homeless individuals, especially the ones that are kind of out there. They're not really someone who's very stable.
Yeah.
And washing them up, giving them clothes, paying for the hotel, and escorting them to the Trump rally, obviously wearing a red shirt. Their photos have been given to the media, and the media are supposed to stop these people and interview them.
Yes.
And I thought that would not even cross the mind of someone running a campaign. I mean, myself.
For them it wouldn't, but yeah, I mean, I'm from Chicago politics, so I've seen some pretty crazy things. Project Veritas. I was out there today. If you guys haven't gone out there, go to Project Veritas. He has videos of people that have been hired. These are operatives. These are political hacks. These are operatives that have been hired by the Democratic Party to infiltrate the Trump rallies and create chaos. Now, I challenge my friends on the left, because there's a lot that listen to the show, and I challenge you today. I'll pay you $100 if you can produce the same videos on the right now. If you can find me a video of the right acting like that, paying operatives to go and infiltrate and disrupt Democratic Party. Now, these aren't, you have people that are disrupting Democratic parties, but they're not acting like liberals doing it. They're going in there in their Trump for president shirts, and Clinton is a rapist shirt from InfoWars. I mean, that's different. These are people who are being paid to actually infiltrate and incite riots at Trump rallies. And Project Veritas has the videos of them. doing
I've seen
it.
a few.
Yeah, it's not scary. It's just that's the Chicago politics.
I'm pretty good at troubleshooting systems, and one of the things that I thought was going on at first, and it may have, was that Trump, being a friend of the Clintons, basically got in there to pull votes away from the Republicans.
I thought that too.
He could take it. Well, why not? And then they got upset with him, which is why they're doing what they're doing. But anyway, that's just one.
No,
topic.
I thought he was a shield too. But then what happened was, I actually thought he was too. I thought that because, I actually thought that he was an operative. But then I was thinking about it. That would destroy his brand. Trump is still about the brand, and that would definitely destroy his brand. And so I was thinking that he's in it to win it. He's in it to do this. And,
so he is now.
Yeah. But I was kind of with you there. I was thinking about that too, that he's there to steal votes and everything.
Yeah. I was going to add this to my book, and I decided to leave it out. That during World War II, when I was in college, I wasn't in college during World War II, but it had come up. The teacher had the New York Times article there. Apparently, in England, they have a 25-year statute of limitations on information that's released. We have 10 years. Yeah. And they had released some stuff on Winston Churchill that he was addressing Parliament, and he was stating that they had to redouble their efforts. They had to get the atomic bomb away from the Germans before the Americans did, so that they could drop it on the United States and subdue their ally, so that once again the sun would never set on the British Empire. Yep. And when they had D-Day, it made perfect sense why they had no aircraft protecting these guys. The British Navy, which fired on those cliffs of Dover and what was it, Omaha Beach, all those beaches, they missed them by 17 miles. The British Navy was famous for hitting their targets, and they completely missed the beach. And then the tanks, the little floating tanks they were supposed to have to take out the pillboxes.
Yeah, they sunk.
Pulled those out at the last minute. So it's basically to get as many American soldiers killed as possible, so they wouldn't have so many over there resisting them once they dropped a nuke on us.
Yeah,
that was a shock when I discovered that.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I heard that, but I haven't been able to substantiate it with a legitimate news source.
It was in the New York Times.
Was it in the New York Times?
Yeah, he had the actual newspaper. It was in there. I have not been able to find it since, but it was there in print. He had the actual the newspaper, the complete thing, and it was in there, and I read it.
Hold on, let me pull it up. Churchill bombs in the roar of the lion.
Yeah, I have not been able to find it. I wanted to document it, if I was going to put it in the book, and it's just not there. So I guess maybe they decided that wasn't such a good idea to put that information out.
Well, yeah, I mean, obviously the Brits are still a little sore. And they would love for us to come under the rule of the Queen.
Well, honestly, I think we still are. Supposedly, we did not win the War of 1812. The Congress that was placed in there by a lot of lobbying from the British.
Well, the maritime law, yeah.
Surrendered to the United States, and that's when it became a corporation. They haven't been following the Constitution since then.
Correct. Yeah, that's why we, if you look at the United States flag with the gold fringe, that's actually a maritime flag.
Right, and the flag that we use, apparently, the one with the blue background and the white stars, that is a militarized flag, and we are under militarized, basically, government. We're supposed to be flying a different flag, it has a white background with blue stars, still the red and white stripes, but the blue's not there. It's a white with blue stars. It looks really weird when you see it, but that is a civilian flag that's supposed to be flown over our capital and civilian buildings.
Yeah. So, look, this is the way we are. How do I say this? What we think is real is an illusion. It's a shill. It is not real. I mean, the United States, I think, has started to actually see itself. And as L.A. was saying, it all started, the occultism of the United States came in with Project Paperclip. I agree with him 100%. The Nazis were definitely involved in the occult. And they brought those with them.
The occult came way back before they even established it. There's the Devil's Line. It's called the Devil's Line. It's one of the major ley lines that cuts across Baltimore, Washington, D.C., all these different... That guy they called the original James Bond, 007.
Yeah.
Dean, I guess was his name. I might have his name wrong. Anyway, he was like one of these black magicians. Anyway, apparently he made contact with the other side, and we're talking 17th century stuff. And they're asking, they're saying, well, we can give you, what is it you want? And he goes, well, we want this, this, and this. What do we have to do for it? Well, we need some sacrifices, blood sacrifices, human sacrifices. And their question was, when and where? And how many do you need? And so they needed to do them along these particular meridians, these energy points. And so they built some of the five of our biggest cities right along this meridian, because nobody's going to notice a child missing, how many kids go missing in these big cities. And they could just sacrifice them all the time along this line. And this was back at the beginning when they founded the nation. All that was laid in place. That's why you've got the star in the Pentagon, the huge star in Washington, D.C. with the streets. And the one final arm of the star doesn't quite connect, right? So people are like, well, see, they didn't mean to make a star. But that star is based on the orbit of Venus. And Venus, in 8 years, will make an almost perfect pentagram, exactly in that shape, that the way we draw a star with a pencil. Yeah. Except that just before it gets to that leg, it's not quite 8 years, like 5 more days. So it doesn't quite finish that last leg, and they left that last leg undone to represent that.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, I'm a firm believer. Look, we do 3 million baby sacrifices a year in this country. It's called abortions, and call it what it is. It's still, you're sacrificing life. You're destroying life. And these are blood sacrifice. A lot of people say, oh, that's extreme. I honestly believe whenever you destroy life, especially the innocent life, that is a sacrifice. Call it whatever you want to call it. It is a sacrifice. And we do 3 million a year in this country. So I'm kind of curious on where a lot of these abortion clinics, where they reside on the ley lines.
Well, you saw those videos they did of what they were doing, selling baby heads, and boy, they didn't go after any of them. They went after the guy who made the video. They went after
Veritas, Project, Keith.
Well, where Noah landed the ark up in Turkey, right? One of the mountains up there. Well, I'm not sure if it was on the Ararat, that group. Yep. I don't think it's right where they say the anomalies at. Anyway, that was the heart of reptilian territory. And when the humans started farming, they were farming up at those altitudes, not down by what we have at an ocean level today. And one of the cities they found there, which just happens to be worship a god called Sin, S-I-N, a moon goddess. They have evidence of incredibly massive amounts of human sacrifice. These huge slabs of stone where they would sacrifice mostly infants, but they had troughs cut into the side of the rock to draw the blood away, and there's still blood on there after 10,000 years. That's how long ago they were doing this, and there was just constant slaughter. Yeah. They had these bronze bowls just like they speak of the human sacrifice where they put the child on the bronze bowl.
Yep.
And they'd also put them in jars, which I guess when they have sucked up the oxygen, it would preserve them so they could transport them. But they're like, wait a minute, how could this be going on? These many people, it's like an industry, just like the military-industrial complex. They industrialized it.
Yep. Well, you need to listen to Dr. Aaron Judkins. He was actually leading. He was the archaeologist that was looking for the Ark, and he was September 19th is a show that he did with us. A great show, incredible show that he did with us, and he talks about his experiences and everything, and he talks about the Peshmerga actually holding them captive. But that was there's actually a picture of him standing on top of the mountain when he was looking for Noah, and he talks about the show that he did, finding Noah, and so that was a great show. That was Dr. Aaron Judkins, and it was September 19th.
Okay, I'll look it up.
Yeah, it was September. Yeah, you just put Aaron, it's Aaron. And he actually, this is a great segue. There's great support for him. He is actually raising money. He is doing the dig in the, go to his website. But he's doing the dig in the last known, where they found the Dead Sea Scrolls.
Yes.
They found another chamber or another cave, and he is raising money. He is going over there first of the year, and he's raising money to pay for his trip. To help pay for his trip, because that's and they're looking for there's what they call the copper plate, which basically is the key to all of the
I mentioned the copper plate in my book. It'll be like in the 3rd chapter. Apparently, they had caches of treasure from the temple hidden in all these locations, and they were named, but nobody knows what these names are applied to.
And that's where the copper plate comes in. Is the copper plate is basically a map to where all of these hidden treasures are. Right.
Well, the copper plate, apparently the Templars found one in the Temple of Solomon, because they took all that stuff back. They found 4 chests. Yep. There were the 9 Templars. They took it back, and Saint Bernardine, the Benedictines, he was able to help translate it with a lot of Jewish scholars who helped them. And then the Templars were given, that was when they were actually made the official order. And they came back with a larger force. They remained in the Holy Land for over a year and excavated every one of those sites and took all the treasure back to Rome with them.
Yep.
It took them a year to do it. I think it was the year 1011 they did it.
Yeah,
so they found all those locations.
Yeah, let me see here. Let me click on this and see. There's an audio here. Let me see. This is actually from Dr. Aaron's website. See if he does any overlay. Talk about this. This is a really cool project. This is probably all video. Normally he narrates these.
I find it ironic to get in touch with LA, and I've never had a chance to speak with this person.
Oh, really? That's funny.
I've sent emails back and forth with him, and I've wanted to get in contact with him. I'm sure we'll clash on some of these topics, because on the subject of Noah, he believes that was the most pure strain of human blood, the human bloodline, that God would use to preserve the line of that.
But you know what, though, and we kind of talked about this, is that There is such an, this is just a video. This is pretty cool. There's just here, now they're talking. No, they're not talking. They're just playing music. So, yeah, I mean, this is the cool thing is that you have, like Dr. Michael Heiser, you have all sorts of these guys, and they all, Joe, you have Joe from the Joe Taylor from the Blanco Museum and
Mountain.
Mountain. I mean, so what's really nice, these guys all have different opinions, but they all still respect each other.
Yeah.
And that's what's really cool.
Is that in the Dead Sea Scrolls, the information I came across was the Nephilim were not these demonic beings. They're all thrown out with the bathwater, baby in the bathwater, sort of. But the actual Nephilim, they were great warriors. And what's really interesting is Tom Horn does this, and who's the other guy? His name will come to me in a minute. But they all say the same thing, that with their bloodline, they were trying to thin out the bloodline of the for Jesus, so there would be no Jesus, because there would be no clear bloodline all the way up to his birth. But what's fascinating is they were all males, from what I've seen, from all the evidence I've seen. All the Nephilim were males. It's like donkeys. Donkeys are the mules. They're males. They're hybrids. They cannot mate. They're males. And the Indians always said that about these things. They're males. And you had the ones who wanted to teach and guide, and then you had the destructive ones. Yep. And what's fascinating is that in the book of Lamech, which is among the Dead Sea Scrolls, this is a book written by the father of Noah. And his grandfather was Enoch. And remember I told you that the moon came into orbit, that it wasn't in orbit? I believe that it caused a gestation in the females to change to 28 days, every 28 days. Before that time, it wasn't every 28 days that they could get pregnant. Anyway, that's kind of where the evidence was leading. But he said he gets back. He's been gone for a while. He gets back, and his wife, one of his wives, he had two of them, is pregnant. And he's like, whoa, wait a minute. I don't think, what happened here? Yeah. He's like, I haven't been with any man. And so he wasn't sure what to do. So he goes and asks his father, who says, let's go speak with Enoch, and we'll bring this before him. So then Enoch goes and speaks with the guardians of the sky, Anunnaki, Elohim, whatever you want to call them. And he comes back and says, do not harm this child. They have artificially inseminated her, basically, is the wording. Slightly different wording, but the same concept. And he says, this child will be the beginning of a brand new race. When the child is born, he says, whoa, wait a minute, this kid's not human. His skin is light colored and his hair is red, like the Nephilim.
The Nephilim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
no,
Noah.
I'm a firm believer in the Nephilim. I mean, we have the Peruvian heads. They have if you go, and actually that was Dr. Aaron Judkins as well. He was the guy that went with LA down to Peru with, and of course you had Joe Taylor who did the bone, basically you can buy the Peruvian replicated. But yeah, I mean, Dr. Judkins made it, he was like, yeah, I saw it. I touched it. I felt, here's the star children, or not this, but the Peruvian heads, and they had red hair. And he's like, and there's pictures without a doubt of these Peruvian with the oblong skulls, and they had red hair.
Also, they have, on their skulls, you know how humans have those three, like, sutures that their bones come together?
Yep.
They either only have one over the top from ear to ear, or they have none.
Yeah. And I mean, that you would love that interview that I did with Dr. Judkins. It was a great interview. And then of course with Joe Taylor as well. But I know you listened to Joe Taylor because we talked about it.
Yeah. I've heard him before.
Yeah. And
it fascinates me when Taylor starts talking about dinosaurs, living dinosaurs. because there's plenty of evidence that there actually are still dinosaurs alive, and some of the eyewitnesses would have seen these creatures or whatever, and the flying ones down in South America.
Well, he talked about that in the caves where they have pterodactyls. We on Joe's show, when Joe Taylor was on the show, I had a bunch of pictures that I showed, and we have pictures of pterodactyls. These men, and if you guys don't believe me, here I'll just bring it up right now. Give me a second.
There's a picture on YouTube that shows these Union soldiers, and they shot down a pterodactyl, and they're all standing along the wingspan that's laying on the ground.
Yeah, hold on. Let me see if I can bring this up. I'll change this one out. Give me a second.
I was watching you on YouTube for a little while, and then all of a sudden it just went blank.
You know what's really crazy is that it's been known to do that all of a sudden. Oh, where is it? Thought I had.
Well, there's plenty of sightings, and there's lots of videos of people filming them flying.
Yeah.
Apparently, their abdomens glow a bright orange color as they come down, swoop down to get you. And
yeah, I want to show these are the Peruvian skulls with the red hair. That's one of the images that they provided to us, and we showed while he was on the show, and just incredible. Oh, here it is. I found it. So let me get this one here, because this is I think this is important for everybody to see. I found it. Yeah. And this isn't how do I say, this isn't fake. I'm going to blow it up and then I'm going to cut myself off here. So there you go. So there's for those that are on YouTube, you guys can see it. That's the pterodactyl that was killed. And yeah, I mean, he was saying that in Peru, that there's these caves that are still have pterodactyls in the caves. And, the kids don't go. They were told to stay the heck out of them. And a lot of the folklore. I mean, you're dealing with areas of the world that are still uninhabitable. And only the natives, people that have lived there where their lineage is over 1,000 years old have been. And they don't like outsiders.
Have you ever heard of Ica stones?
Yeah.
The Ica stones in Peru?
Yep.
Yeah, those stones, some are massive in size, and a lot of these stones were found, they were captured from grave robbers who had taken them from the tombs. They're carved and they show men fighting dinosaurs, men riding dinosaurs. They show pterodactyls, the brontosaurs, the raptor types. They show what the Earth looked like before Pangea, when Pangea was all connected as one. And they show UFOs hovering over platforms. And there's a museum down there. And the museum here in Glen Rose, Texas, just southwest of Fort Worth, they have one of these stones there. And I asked them, how did you get that out of Peru? Because they say, if you listen to scientists, that these are all forgeries. These guys, they go and they just file them out and make them. And I know there are people who do that, but they're trying to copy what they've seen. Yeah. And it takes them all day to dig up one of these black rocks they can file with a little broken hacksaw blade to get the white beneath the black of the glossy black of the stone. But I asked him, how did you get this stone out of Peru? And he said it took 3 lawyers and 2 years to get this stone out of Peru. So
well, are they the original stones? Because Mount Blanco, I mean, he has, if you go here,
that the rivers there somehow formed them. They're smoothed by the water.
But they have carvings on them.
Right, and they're a very black stone on the outside. It might just be the effects of the river. And below them, underneath that black, is white, so they're perfect for etching pictures
Yep,
into them.
I'm actually bringing up one here because you can get replicas of them at Mount Blanco. Let me see if I saw them right here. So for those that are watching on YouTube or on Facebook, that's the stone. Now these stones, as Five Eagles is saying, these stones are black, but when you scrape them underneath, they're white, and so they're pictographs that are painted on them, so that people can, or the Peruvians, and they found them in a lot of the temples, and these are considered antiquities, and you can't remove them from the country. But that is the black stones there that we're talking, and they do have, like you said, they depict people riding dinosaurs, here's one right here. Actually, this one right in the upper left-hand corner is a guy who is slaying a dinosaur.
I think in the background is a dinosaur slaying a guy.
Yeah.
But anyway, to search for these stones on the internet, the word is Ica, I-C like Charlie, A.
Yep.
Comes because of the name of a city near that area.
Ica, Peru. Yeah, we have them up. It's up on the YouTube.
Okay.
Oh, yeah, but for those on the radio, you're right, that aren't watching YouTube, you are absolutely correct. It's ICAPERU, Ica, Peru. And, no, I just got a report. They said Facebook is down. No, Facebook is still up. I'm actually shocked. We might go the whole show with Facebook not disconnecting us, which is unbelievable. Unbelievable that they haven't disconnected us yet.
There are some pictographs here in the United States of dinosaurs, and the Indians should not have been drawing pictures of what these dinosaurs, a living dinosaur, would look like. But again, if the destruction only happened 11,500 years ago, there would have been dinosaurs, and they would have been sustained by the heavier concentration of oxygen and the different gravity of the larger planet. And they would not have been able to survive easily once all that environment was destroyed.
Yeah.
And a new one created.
Yep. Hey, so John in the chat room, if you want to join in, feel free to give us a call. You can join in on the phone, or you can do TMO listener if you have Skype. But John, if you want to join, John wanted to join into the conversation. I don't know. I think we can conference, right? Can you do a conference on this on Skype?
I've done conferences before.
Yeah,
but it might be on Zoom.
Yeah, because we'll let him. Let's see if we can do this. Well, I don't know if they can do it. So the phone number is 352-388-3900. That's 352-388-3900. John, if you'd like to come in, we can only try. That's right. It's funny. I'm listening. I'm looking at the chat room in YouTube, and Joe's like, I just don't post anything about this kind of stuff because right now I'm trying to save the country and I don't want people to think I'm not. Joe, let me kind of explain something to you. We already think you are nuts, so don't worry about it. So it's no big deal, man. Welcome to the crowd. Yeah, that won't. Hey, caller, say your first name and where you're calling from.
Hey, Jeff, this is John. I'm calling from Indiana, New York.
Hey, John, how are you? It's weird. Can you Skype? Do you have Skype?
Yeah, I do, but I have to dig up my password. I haven't used it in quite a while.
You know what I need to do is, I guess, if you guys want to start, and I have to apologize to Joseph. Right? I was trying to get you guys both bridged in, but I think it dropped him. So apparently on Skype.
Oh no! I'd definitely like to interact with him. So I can drop back off if we can get him back on. And
well, the only way we can get him on. I'm thinking how we can do this. Oh, I got a secret weapon here. Give me a second. Give me a second. I think I got a secret weapon.
How about send you a focus, Jeff? I think you got this.
Let me bring it up here because I want Joseph. Yeah, Joseph is, and this is.
I definitely want to interact with him. I don't want to take away from what he has to say, but I think I could add something to the conversation.
Yeah. Let's hold in there 1 second. Let me bring up this. I'm going to bring up a conference line. And we had, it's funny because
great idea.
We had a conference system. The problem was, all right, so here we go. So the problem that we had was no one actually called. And so
as we get the readership bigger and as people get used to getting involved on the chat line, multiple people at a time, I think it will really add to your show and be a
absolutely. No, we have a hybrid system, and I just disabled it because it was costing us like over $200 a month for the phone lines. And now I think what we'll do is we'll bring them back. All right, so here we go. Joe and actually 5 Eagles as well. If you're listening, write this number down. It is 267-930-4000. Right? That's the number that you call. Your participation access is write this number down, 148-295-939. That's 148-295-939. And I'll start.
And maybe repeat the call-in number again once more.
Access code, followed by
have a pen ready or something at the moment.
Will repeat.
Yep. Hold on, let me.
Or maybe just post it in the chat room.
So the conference number is 267-930.
Access code accepted. You are the only participant in this call.
So there you go. That's working. So it's 267-930-4000 is the call-in number.
Now, to save yourself that $200 a month, and I hope, by the beginning of the year, if not sooner, that 200 is going to be inconsequential to you, as the readership grows, as you're able to, hopefully make a little bit more money advertising.
Let me.
The other thing is, my quick question would be, if you had enough bandwidth, and that would be cheaper, would you be better off instead of doing a conference like VoIP type system, rather than doing traditional phone lines?
Well, I actually wrote a hybrid system, a phone system for radio stations. I own it. The problem is the SIP lines. It's all web-based.
What kind of line?
It's all SIP. It's all SIP lines, and so we had 10 phone lines. So you're looking at $17 a line. So there's your participation access right there. I just put it in the chat room.
Yeah, something I wanted to clarify, and I certainly appreciate with 5 Eagles, right?
Yeah.
That's the say. I really appreciate it. I listened to his most recent broadcast, most of it live, if not all of it live. The last time I listened to about half of his earlier one, because I'm still catching up on some of his, on the number of my back catalog with your show.
Yeah.
And I've really appreciated him, and I look forward to telling him that. But something I did want to clarify, I've been friends on Facebook with Brian Forster for a number of years now, and he is, the go-to guy.
I started writing.
And he's something I'd like to try and help you get on the show.
Hey, John, I think we got Joseph on the phone too.
Great.
Joseph, are you there? Joe?
Yeah.
5 Eagles. All right, so you're there. So, John, why don't you do this? Why don't you drop off of the Skype and just join in on the conference line that I sent you? I put the phone numbers in. Anybody else that'd like to join in? We'll just make this a party call. So go ahead and call in. The number is, let me give you the phone number once again for those that are not on YouTube or anything or in the chat room. The phone number is...
Give me a second here so I can type it in while I'm on the phone with you. I'll just
are you in chat? I put it in chat.
Okay, I can go back in the chat and just cut and paste it that way then.
Yeah,
okay,
just
so you want me off the phone line and you go back in that way?
I'm gonna hang this up right now, and then you can call in on the iDef line. All right.
Wonderful.
So there you go. So yeah, so anybody that wants to join in, this is cool. Maybe we'll just start doing this. I'll just put out the participation code. So the phone number is 267-930-4000. So it's 4,000. So let me retype it here. So it's 267-930-4000. Yeah, I'll just have to bring up the hybrid again. And then the participation code is 148-295-939 is the participation code. And then you guys can jump on in and we can just do a party line. That'd be cool. That will be cool.
I think there's 5 minutes left of the show.
I don't care, man. Well, there's only 5 minutes left, but I'll talk. I like these. Come on. It's my show. That's the nice thing about it. We can just talk all night. Let me see John, because John, I know you and John, man, would love it. Hopefully John will join in here in a second. That would be awesome to have John on as well. John, call in. See, I did all this because John wanted to talk to you, Joe. That's the only reason why I did it.
Cool.
See what happens when you try to accommodate our listeners? All right, you guys are twisting my arm. I'm going to go ahead and I'll fire up the hybrid. Tomorrow's show, I will have a phone system that we can take 10 calls at the same time. I wrote it. The problem, like I said, each phone line is like $17 a month for a SIP line. So that's $170 a month. It's just, but yeah, our listenership is going up now that I think we probably need to bring it back up. Joe, where are you?
Maybe.
So we have Joe Sullivan as well. So Joe Sullivan, you join in, and John, you join in. Come on, guys. I set this party line up just for you. The phone number is 267-930-4000. And then your conference number your conference code is 148-295-939. That's your conference code. That's the code that you enter into the phone to join the conference. Are you guys there? Who do we have? Who just joined?
It's John. Hey, from Oneana again. Sorry, palm the phone there. Sorry to beep in your ears, John from Oneana again.
All right, so we got John.
Oneana, New York.
All right, so we got John. We got Joe. We got 5 Eagles. And Joe, did you join? Nope. All right. I think Joe was wanting to join Joe there in the chat room. So, all right. Hey, this is kind of cool. We got all you guys together. Hey, the gang's all here. So,
5 Eagles, I definitely appreciate the width and breadth of your knowledge, and I watched all of your last show and about half of your first show. I really appreciate the width and depth of your knowledge, and I quite a bit about skulls because I've known Brian Forrester, who's the go-to guy on the Caracas Peruvian skulls. Just in the museum, which other people deliberately kept private.
Yeah.
So the government couldn't interfere.
Someone's hitting the phone line with their cheek.
You know what? It was nothing.
Getting some interference on this right now.
Yeah, I think John. I think that's you, my friend.
I figured it out. Yeah, it was just your earbud line sometimes just picks up the touch screen enough. So I'll flip the screen over. That won't happen again.
Yeah, I do that too. Because I got big fat cheeks.
Yeah. Well, I come through clearer, and it's not as obstructive to my roommate late at night.
Yeah.
And I sound better and hear you guys better. But yeah, Five Eagles, I really appreciated what you had to offer, and I've been friends on Facebook, and the nice thing about Brian Forrester is once you're able to get in, he's been maxed out at 5,000 friends for years, but once you're able to get in, it should be a few years, he'll answer any chat. Like, he might have 5 or 10 minutes before he's about to go on a tour, and he'll talk to you in that 5 or 10 minutes. And just in that Caracas Museum alone, there's over 300 different skulls there, and they deliberately kept the Caracas. And most of the elongated skulls in Peru center around Caracas. They deliberately kept the Caracas Museum private, so no government intrusion, either on the federal level or on the local level, could get in the way of the scientific research they wanted to pursue. Just because people are so resistant to changing history books, as I'm sure you guys know. Something I did want to clarify, Five Eagles, is actually it gets much more complicated with those skulls. And I'm sure you've seen not only the elongated, longer skulls, but also the more rounded, squatter skulls that look kind of like the star style more. But they actually vary all the way from one suture plate, like just one plate in the head, no suture lines, up to 9 plates in the head, and they often vary anywhere from like 3 to 5 to 6. Some of them have double rows of teeth. A lot of times you'll have extra arterial holes back in the back part of the jaw, just because to have a cranial capacity of oftentimes at least 40 or 50%. I've heard some people say twice as big, but that might be an exaggeration. But certainly, 40, 50, 60% bigger. You obviously need extra blood flow to the brain, and then obviously a lot of the skulls, just where the spinal column enters into the skull, obviously to balance out that skull and to give it enough support has to be much further back in the skull. But the amount of variances is so great and it happened at least evolutionary in such a small period of time that I absolutely think the only way that could have ever happened was by deliberate genetic manipulation.
Yeah. I actually put the Star Child skull up there with the artist's interpretation of what it would have looked like, which is the alien. They call it the Star Child. So that's actually on the YouTube page as well.
And forgetting his name right now, and I'm just too tired. I can't believe I'm forgetting his name, but it's such a shame we lost him a couple of years back because he was, luckily he left it in good hands to get some, to continue with genetic testing on the Star Child.
Yeah, he was, I know that he passed.
Lloyd Pye?
What's that?
Not Lloyd Pye, is it?
Yeah, Lloyd Pye.
Lord Pye. Yeah, Lord Pye
I
passed.
didn't know he passed.
Actually, Lloyd. But
yeah, no, he passed. The Star Child, the actual skull is still in Minnesota or Missouri or Montana, one of the M's. The lady that owns it. I can't remember. But actually, we talked about the Star Child, all of this when we were talking with Dr. Judd Atkins and also Joe.
Yeah, I definitely need to go back and hear that one.
Yeah, those are two. If you can hear those two back to back, that was because they go hand in hand. I mean, they all worked together, and they were out there with L.A. Marzulli as well. L.A. put that trip together.
Something that I really get excited about with the work that Brian Forster has done is that now it's also spreading the knowledge of elongated skulls in other parts of the world. I've heard of them being in Siberia, certainly in Egypt. All these taller beings associated with dynastic Egyptian tombs, taller beings with elongated skulls or just big headgear were either wearing the big headgear to honor their alien or hybrid brethren, or or they were themselves alien or hybrid themselves, I feel. So
David Wilcox mentions that in Russia they had uncovered a site where they had found some of these elongated skulls, but they also found the device, massive contraption, and he speaks of the scientists actually weeping when they came across this information. It really shocked them, and they decided to just go ahead and bury it all back up and forget about it. Apparently, Stalin remembered this, and using the Nazi scientists, one-third that they got, they went back and dug up that artifact that they found, and it was actually a rocket, a multi-stage rocket with Sanskrit writing on it, and they used that as a prototype for what they were going to build, and that's why the Russians were so far ahead of us on building rockets.
Oh, that's beautiful and amazing. I'm not surprised, but that's amazing. You know, and the other interesting thing about these elongated skulls is these elongated skulls are associated with the oldest construction in that area, with using the highest technology, you know, and you know, the way modern archaeology is supposed to be, of course, you know, if I'm saying this for other listeners, is, civilization is supposed to advance. It's not supposed to be the highest degree of civilization first. Something I definitely would like to learn more about, unfortunately it's a Russian-speaking site, is if you guys do a YouTube search, there's a 9.5-minute video that came out, about 8 months ago. These Russian scientists are working on the works of one of my favorite inventors, someone that many Tesla people hold in higher esteem than even Tesla. Obscure late 19th century Philadelphia inventor by the name of John Ernst Worrell Keeley. And they first vibrated stones with sound a bit over a year ago, sometime last year, and then about 8 months ago, they put a video. If you do a YouTube search for melting stone with sound, what they're doing is they're using a thin copper tube and using the vibrational frequencies of sounds because they're just two small wires. I don't even think it takes that much electricity, and they're literally drilling holes right in the stone, and the plug that comes out is just absolutely perfect as well. It ends up being a perfect cylinder that comes out. It's just a little bit squished out at the bottom as if it kind of melted. It's absolutely amazing.
I've seen those. The one I have not seen is where with sound they cause stone to liquefy, become moldable. And then when they stop the music, it hardens again.
But I have another theory about that. Because obviously some of the stones, and you're probably familiar with this as well, some of the stones look as if they were, just machined perfectly, and I think this might have been the lost technology. It's obvious that the Egyptians had batteries and used electricity. That's been proven, with no soot on the walls and having artwork far enough back where even with mirrors, even with polished copper mirrors, they couldn't get light far enough back. And that's why they have things that look like a light bulb. They were obviously using a light bulb.
Well, my girlfriend.
Let me say this real quick. Is where I was going with that is I forget the reference to this. I tried finding it again. I need to put some hours of research into it. Apparently, someone had found 3 separate references in Inca, I believe, writing that talked about an herb that became extinct, that they could mix this mixture of this herb or these 2 herbs. I think it was more than 1 herb, but 1 or 2 of these herbs has been extinct since their time, where they could actually make rocks pliable and dough-like. Because obviously some of the rocks look like they were very precision cut, but others look like they were actually even poured into a mold almost,
Well, the ones in Peru look like that, like they were just kind of molded into place and then hardened with all the shapes, almost like they were poured into place. Force injection, I guess?
Yeah, which I wonder, a lot of times you'll see those 2 knobs on each rock, and I wonder that might have been that manufacturing process. That's why you have those 2 knobs on the rock, because they're not big enough knobs that you could actually use it to lift it or even guide it into place. I think it was actually part of the manufacturing process of those stones.
Yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
Well, my girlfriend, Tony, she's an incredible ability to resonate or bring energy through. She does it with crystals and stuff. But she was in the tomb, in the pyramid with a group, and they were toning in the king's chamber, and the entire chamber lit up. Just glowed the same way Tesla did it in that one experiment in Paris, where he caused the entire theater to light up. Similar to that, you're not actually needing to use any type of light bulb. You somehow hit the right resonance frequency and matter just lights up.
Now you'll find, somehow I see this as somewhat similar in some way. They say John Keeley, the inventor I mentioned earlier, he had some of his machines were so sensitive and so accurate that you could actually draw a symbol on the wall to get the machine to start. Now, even though this came from a reliable source, someone I think you find fascinating, by the name of Dale Pond. Dale Pond studied the work of Keeley for well over 3 decades, closer to 4, I think, and does these amazing inventions called dynaspheres, where you can actually replicate the vibrational frequency of love. Like, people will just naturally be drawn to dynaspheres. Well, that was hard to believe, even though it came from a reliable source. And even though Keeley had talked down about himself in the end, I think he just got frustrated with inventors and people not realizing that his machines were often so sensitive. They had to have very specific surroundings in terms of what was going around in order for them to work properly. So he just got tired, I think, of being called
charlatan.
Yeah, charlatan, and just in the end, called himself one to escape more of that ridicule and everything. So,
I'm slightly familiar with his work from what I've been able to read. I haven't found a whole lot of really detailed research into what he did. But
there just isn't any. The only real source for that is Del Pond. And if you go to pondscienceinstitute.com, all one word, Pond, POND, scienceinstitute.com, Dale he had to build what he knew about Keeley from bits and pieces because all his notes were destroyed after his death. Another fascinating thing about Keeley was, Jeff, you would find this fascinating too, I think, is Keeley was actually able to hit microwave vibrational levels of frequency mechanically. I mean, that's just so hard to fathom that you can actually hit vibrational frequencies that fast, purely mechanically.
Yeah. I'm not doubting it, but that's phenomenal. I mean, that segment, that bandwidth segment is so tight. Wow. How did he do it? Did he? Yeah.
Well, you learn some of that. There's a bunch of short YouTube videos of Dale Pond. You find it by typing in Dale Pond or type in Dynasphere or typing in Pond Science Institute. And he has a variety of like Q&As or discussions about the Dynaspheres. And he talks about how Keeley would use sometimes like 3 different kinds of bronzes. Like the sphere will be a really hard, very thin bronze that has a darker copper-like color. And, so just the manufacturing tolerances of these machines that he makes. Even since Dale learned machining himself and does a lot of that work himself, there's still just fabulously expensive machines to make. I think he says they cost him like $40,000 or $50,000 to produce one Dynasphere.
Yeah, they have the frequency tubes that you can do, that you can actually create frequency tubes, and basically you resonate a frequency off of it internally, and it just bounces around until it tightens. But I mean, that's it's an amplification process, though. It's not an actual microwave process.
Now, one reason why I like Dale so much, and I actually told him at some point I'd like to volunteer and basically if he could put me up, give me a place to rest my head, I'd like to actually just volunteer and help him because I believe in what he's doing so much. Because he'll have one of these dinosaurs set up and people, especially women, will still be around it after the demonstration is done. And I'll be like, why are you hovering around this machine? Oh, because we like the way it makes us feel. Well, how does it make you feel? Well, it makes us feel love. It feels like this machine is emanating love. And what he wants to actually do, Jeff, is to have a number of these made and then have them available. So if there's like a hot spot in the world that needs positive energy, he can bring a number of these into an area and change the energy of that area. And I thought about, wow, just how miraculous, or have them at various spots in the world. I forget what he wants to do. I want to do the other one, help him with the other one. But imagine if there was like a big UN meeting or something and you could surround the UN with some of these machines that just emanated love.
They wouldn't know what to do.
Yeah.
They would all short circuit.
I know. Wouldn't it be amazing?
Yeah, no, they would.
Wouldn't it be amazing?
Yeah, they would all short circuit in a heartbeat. They would just, they would lock up.
It would certainly change the outcome in one way or another.
Well, yeah, one way or the other, but it would definitely lock them up.
But I definitely recommend you guys reaching out to Dale. He does some wonderful posts. I definitely plan on talking to him and trying to help him get him on the show for you.
Yeah.
He doesn't do many talks, but I think he's perfectly willing. He along the lines of what we were talking about, even he also has someone, I forget a younger gentleman.
Has Keeley passed? Has Keeley passed?
Oh, yeah. Oh, Keeley was like 1860 to 1910.
Oh, okay. Because I'm looking at some videos here.
Century.
Oh, by Dale. Oh, so the videos I'm seeing is actually Dale's videos of Keeley.
Yeah, and I recommend you guys, anyone interested in this at all, or even interested in alternative energy, add Dale as a friend. You can mention me. You shouldn't even have to, but just mention me if you want to, and Dale will readily accept you as a friend. He covers all sorts of alternative energy. I mean, his posts go beyond his scope of.
We need to get Dale on the show, John.
I can get Dale on the show. That's one of the people I really want to get on the show.
Well, get him on the show. Get him on the show because he can actually be our John Hutchinson. John, I've actually spoken with John. John doesn't want to do any radio shows.
Yeah, I know.
I won't tell you who, but he arranged the meeting and the conversation and we've been communicating back and forth. And that's one thing I'm not going to do is harass someone, but I have his email and we've been that, and also John Lear. I've been going after him as well. And, I
think he used to be more available years ago, but not so much anymore.
He doesn't want to do anything. Yeah. He's made it clear. I mean, he's got a couple movies that he's doing and stuff. But
he was on end of Times Radio a month ago, but that's been his only radio show in the last 6 months, I think, or at least a few months.
Yeah. So no, I've been picking on him, and Dr. Ram. I'll tell you, Dr. Ram's a good friend of the show, and so I thought if anybody can get John on the show, it would be Dr. Ram, and we've been going back and forth with emails, and I just finally said, hey, look, I'm going to write you an email. And if you want to be on the show, contact me. If you don't, then, throw the email away. And I haven't heard back from him. So, oh well.
And I'm forgetting Dale's assistant's name, but he'd be worth getting on the show. And it would probably be worthwhile to do a separate show with him because he has an assistant that for at least 3 or so years, 3 to 5 years, I want to say, has been working separately at Dale's Pond Science Institute in California, with focus on somatics.
So. Well, the other one I'm trying to get on the show, and if you can hunt him down, but I think he actually teleported himself or blew himself up. But Mad Matt, was it John? They call him from the old Art Bell, where he stole the Transformers and he built a.
I haven't heard anything about him in years.
Yeah, Mad. He was on Art Bell's show years ago. Hold on, let me see. Madman Markham.
You're
yeah,
Yeah, you're in contact with Art. Maybe Art would know how to track him down.
No, he doesn't know how to get in touch with him.
Oh, you just said that. I'm sorry.
No, he doesn't. He thinks he either blew himself up or he actually teleported himself somewhere. Yeah. Madman Markham. Yeah.
Someone else that I think might interest you is, have you ever heard of, have any of you ever heard of Valerie Yuvalov? I'm not sure his name. Yuvalov?
Yeah. I've heard the name.
Yuvalov. Yeah, he's focusing a lot more on the Bosnian pyramids these days, but he's done a lot of work with vibrational frequencies and the like, and it's quite interesting. I met him through another friend of mine that my friend Piot, that I briefly mentioned to you without mentioning his name, that he told me would be just an amazing guest to have on the show, but not only does his brain just click so fast, but his English is just broken enough that it makes him really hard to follow. I think maybe if his wife speaks better English, or he lives in Ireland, so I think if he could just find a Polish-speaking person that also speaks good English, if he could have someone kind of help him. Because, what I try, he's one of the hardest people, like, as hard as it is to keep up with, like, Doc Graham, my friend Piot, is one of the hardest people I've ever tried keeping up with.
Yeah.
He's the one I told you that believes that one of the biggest problems we're facing is that worldwide in the ocean and also in the rainfall, that worldwide water has actually restructured itself. And I tell you, I'd love to hear him and Doc Graham interact with each other about the stages of water and stuff.
Yeah.
Those two would be amazing. And the other thing Dad wants to do is he wants to do like an IF-Burst type thing, a free energy generator. I think he's pretty well along with it. I'm very protective about him, and I warn him all the time because I'm like, you're doing the exact thing people will kill you over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, he's tapping
actually,
into $1 billion industry. So, I mean, $1 billion industry, what's your life worth?
Tens of billions, hundreds of billions of dollar industry or whatever.
Yeah, what's your life worth? Yeah, you got to be careful. You definitely have to. There is a price in which when you start affecting it, there is someone out there. They've always said, you get these rich terrorists out there, and you bring them to the United States. It's only a matter of time before they do in the classic movie, the SWAT movie, where he offers $10 million to the guys that can break them out. And even the drug lords, you're going to, eventually some idiot's going to, doesn't mean they have to be successful. It just means that they're going to try. And that's going to be the issue, right? That's going to be a huge issue.
It's the classic old tale of good old Stan Meyer, poor guy.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
Yeah.
And, but yeah, one of the interesting things is he actually, I'll finish after this for a bit and give you guys some more room to talk, but I appreciate this. I have stuff that I wanted to educate you both on a bit and try and get these people on the show. One of the things is he went to a pyramid in Ireland with his power generator, and he says it's doing at least 10 or 20% over unity already, and it's man-portable, and it produces like 30 kilowatts. It's crazy. It's like, it makes it sound like a couple few men can carry this thing, Jeff. That's a 30 kilowatt generator, and it's over unity. And he said he was actually looking to amplify the power or see how the power was changed by being around the pyramid, and he has some interesting effects, including lighting effects, where somehow the energy would transform, where he gets weird lighting shifts and patterns or whatever. I'd have to have him describe it.
Well, I actually, this is what's crazy, though, is that I actually saw a special on the Giza where the pyramids of Giza are actually 8-sided, not 4.
One of them is.
One of them is. And the way that the reason why it's done that is that when it had its outer shell, it would look, it would look, I mean, it was an optical effect, which was incredible.
Well, it also did have something to do with power generation.
Yeah.
Because, Chris Dunn in that book, Visa Power Plant, I think is a really solid.
Yeah, where they think it was, well, and they did find, that's the thing. In one of the chambers, they did find massive amounts of salt. So they thinking, that, they were generating, electricity.
Hydrogen, I think. It might have been.
Well, the hydrogen was, but the salt was the alkali, right?
Yeah, exactly. To make electricity.
Yeah, it's just we don't know. I mean, I think eventually we will figure it out, because what needs to happen is someone just.
Before then.
Well, I mean, with our computer processors, I think if someone actually just funded it and put it together, they could probably, you can simulate this stuff. I mean, we simulate everything else. Yeah. It's just like anything else. I mean, you're going to have to buy the time, but like I said, with the new quantum computers that are out there by Google, you just buy a quantum computer for $200,000 and you can actually.
I think they're actually in like the 10 mil range, actually, the D-Waves computers.
The D-Waves? Did they not come down? I thought they came down.
I don't know. I'd love to know what they cost.
But in the supercomputer price, I mean, the quantum computer, that's like nothing. 15 million. No, wait. Had a picture of two for 15 million.
Okay. Yeah, I thought they were still in that 10-ish range, give or take. So.
You don't have 10 million, 15 million?
We gotta get you one of those. I heard a, yes.
Can I spell your last name?
It's Stucka. It's pronounced Stuka, but no relation to the German terror weapon in World War II. My relatives were on the side. So it's John Stucka. It's spelled Stuck with an A at the end. Stucka, and I am the third. But you'll find me readily. You don't need to tell them in. I accept Facebook requests from anyone, and it's just a great way to network with me. And for me to network with other like-minded people, because I'm all about just expanding this kind of lost knowledge. Lost technology is one of my favorite things, for sure.
Well, there's a couple of things I wanted to bring up when you were talking about frequency. I used to go to someone who played what's called crystal bowls.
Oh,
and she had 12 of them. Well, one of them, she told me after the session, would not resonate. It would not play. It was the heart chakra one. And she said there must be something going on in the world where the heart chakra is closed. And I have bowls, and I like the Tibetan metal ones. But this one, it would not. I hit it myself. It would not resonate. It would not. You bring the rod, the piece of wood all the way around it, over and over like a champagne glass. Would not make any sound at all. It was not possible that it could.
It wouldn't resonate anymore. Yeah, I've heard of that happening before, once or twice before, years ago. I can't remember the reference, but I've heard of like just bowls losing the resonance.
It was just for that night, and she said it had to do with the frequency of the world at the moment,
or the frequency of that room or the surroundings there.
Wow.
Well, there were a lot of people in there. I think it was bigger than that, because it would not make a sound. The other thing I wanted to mention was the pyramids. You familiar with the outer coating of the pyramids, the white? The pyramids are made out of concrete, right?
Well, form of concrete.
Yeah, more or less the type of concrete. Yeah.
Yeah, a type of ancient concrete that's zero porosity. There was a coating.
Here's your bells or your bowls.
There was a coating on the outside of the pyramid, a white stone, the tapping stones, I think they call them. Are you familiar with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's very little of that residue, and it's been, I heard about them doing testing on it within the last few years or so, but I never followed any further, so I'd love to learn more about that.
Well, they said it was urban legend, but one archaeologist dug down deeper in the sand, and he found them. And they're actually also a form of concrete, but they're limestone. So these people could work with any type of stone and turn it into a concrete, basically, and refashion the stone and make it harder than it was originally. But these outer stones gave the pyramid a white appearance, and it was perfectly smooth, like glass. Okay, well, there was an earthquake in the 17th century, 70 something, I think, and it damaged a tremendous amount of Cairo. So what they did was they started taking this outer surface material off the pyramids to rebuild Cairo, and they built 4 bridges across the Nile to carry the stuff over. And I think if the pyramids had been entirely of that material, there would be no pyramids left. Because in the earlier 17th century, it was well documented by an explorer that there were 3 large pyramids, 4 altogether, and the other one was black. It was made out of a black type of stone. And I'm thinking they just wore it all the way down to nothing. Same thing they did here in the U.S. with some pyramids when they needed building material.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we
I
had
heard that too. I thought the Black Pyramid as well.
Well, yeah, we have the shell mounds here in Florida. We have the shell mounds, and they destroyed. Literally, these are a huge pyramid, but they're made out of shells, oyster shells. They destroyed them making roads. They actually took the shells and went in there with bulldozers and just plowed these mounds down and turned them in. And these were 20, 30 stories tall, and they just
that too.
Yeah, they just plowed them. They just plowed them down, and they used these shells to build for roads, for road material. Now
they're doing that in Belize.
Yeah, I mean they're protected now.
Bulldozers are taking apart pyramids because they need more material to build roads.
Yeah.
And unfortunately, mining. I think it was a mining company. Pretty much the only thing you can do in the Atacama Plain. The Nazca, some of the Nazca lines were destroyed. I believe last year. It's a real crying shame. But I wanted to say real quick. They say the 8-sided pyramid. You can't actually visually discern that. It's so subtle that they only know by precise measurements.
Well, they said the light, it was weird because the way that the light would reflect off of it, you couldn't tell, and most people can't tell. They didn't know until they actually did the 3D graphing of it. But they said that it would create and I can't remember the type of illusion, but if you're looking at it from a certain angle, because of the way it was angled, it wouldn't look like a pyramid. It was, and I have to dig that up. It was on one of the shows I was watching about the ancient pyramids. And it's a recent discovery too. It's not something that they've known about for a while. It's just recent. And they just, like I said, just discovered it. So, well, gentlemen, it is long in the night, and I hate to do that. I love this conversation. You know what we need to do is just schedule a night in which we just open up the party line and everybody connects.
Yeah, it would be nice, especially now that we have the party line. The last open chat, and with bigger viewership and with
we're growing. We're growing. It's all in due time. Right now I'm being told that my page has been disabled in Facebook. I'm actually in Facebook. It's not disabled. I'm
weird.
I'm Debbie's saying that I'm actually in it. I'm looking at it. So I don't know what.
But it was a pleasure to talk to you, Five Evil, and I appreciate all your knowledge, and I definitely network with me on Facebook, and I'll recommend some friends to you that I think you'll find interesting.
I've always said, hey, Joseph, don't take this the wrong way, but I've always said that Joseph is our Linda Moulton Howe, except he doesn't carry around a cassette deck.
And he doesn't talk in that monotone.
And he doesn't have the monotone voice. He's actually pleasurable to listen. I love Linda. I really do. Her information, but that monotone just drives me nuts.
I feel the same way. I love her investigation, but just that drives me nuts too.
Yeah. That monotone, just that rebroke, it does. It would drive me nuts. So, what we need to do, and as we get more listeners, and Joe, so you know, how about ad revenues and stuff? I don't know how we did. Well, I know how we did it. We're fortunate, just like how we get great guests and everything, is that someone is definitely looking out for us because we have signed up with an actual ad network. So we're going to be able to bring,
I heard you talk about that.
Yeah, big time advert. I'm not talking We're talking mainstream, Holiday Inn, Ryder, rental cars, Alamo rental cars. It's crazy. Trump. We have Harry and David's. We're going to be running a special for the holidays, Harry and David's, where you can order gift baskets. These are the high-end gift baskets. It's just incredible. And it's just, we've been blessed. And even though we're not huge listenership yet, but we are growing, apparently someone likes what we're doing.
Well, and I think once it starts growing, it's going to really start snowballing, because it's just one of those things, especially with the quality of the guests, because you have people, things showing up as suggestion. They've already seen this guest on a different show, and then they see your show. Like I said, I found you because I was looking at Doc Ram stuff. I try to listen to as much Doc Ram as I can.
Oh, you can never, I don't care what you say. I mean, every show's different with him. It don't matter.
Man, I'd love to go out there. Honestly, Jeff, I'd love to just take a road trip with you and go out there and see him.
Well, he's coming here to Florida. We're actually going to hook up in Pensacola, Florida together. I'm going to spend a day with him. And I'd love to meet both of you if possible. Hey, look, you're in New York, right? $69 flights right out. There's an airport right outside of Tampa. You fly into. It's not in Tampa, but it's $69. You can get round trip flights from New York City.
Yeah, I can take the train like 3 or 4 hours down to the city from here, and
I'll pick you.
Drive an hour, take the train to the airport, and
I'll pick you. Hey, any of you guys want to come on over? Just say the word. I'll be glad to have you. I can't take you fishing because the boat pretty much got destroyed. And but yeah, come on over. Love to have you.
Yeah, hopefully the insurance company will be next to you on that one.
It's a loss. It's a loss.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's a loss.
Hey, on the conference call thing,
maybe
you mentioned it was per night. You don't need to have it all the time, right? Maybe once every 2 weeks or so.
What's that?
That conference call thing.
Well, this conference that we're doing, we can do this. I don't have a problem. All right, so let me tell you the downside. For you guys, I don't mind doing it because you know how to behave, right? The problem that I'm concerned, I have the hybrid system, which has the delay built into it. So that's for the guys. For you guys, I can open. I have conference systems. I have another one too that we can do that's actually computer based. You don't even have to dial in. You can dial in or do the computer.
This one you don't have your 10-second window just in case something happens.
Yeah, for you guys, I don't mind doing this, but for just call-in people, we have to run it through the delay.
What if you did, like for the people you wanted to have in the conference? Because I've heard of somewhere there were like maybe 5 people, and there was a specific topic they were going to go over.
Well, yeah. So hey, you guys pick
those 5 with the access code.
Yeah, I'll just send out the access code. Yeah, I don't have to share this access code with people.
Yep, exactly.
You're absolutely right. I mean, I can. Yeah, I can do that. Let's set up. Let's look at the calendar. And let's set up I think it would be cool to have just, 4 or 5 of the guests just on the show and just have a round robin, just have a round robin conversation.
Yeah.
See, I'd like to get Jim Mars.
Combination.
I'd like to get Jim Mars on here for, JFK. And have a round robin with JFK, but Jim's already committed to coast, so.
And I can't wait to hear what Jim would have to say about the 6 vehicles being in the car now.
Or 6 individuals versus 4.
Yeah.
Oh, you probably come back and there's always 6. I don't know. The Mandela. That's the thing too. We need guys. I am putting it out there. I'm putting the vibes out there. We need a Mandela effect expert who can just lay this stuff out.
Effect night. I haven't really been able to find one particular expert. I've seen a number of people that post quality things. One of the people I really like is Esoteric Detective on YouTube. So I'm subscribed to probably 3 Mandela Effect channels, and I've gone through probably close to 100 to get for data I like and listen to here and there.
Yeah.
what she does is, she has a Facebook page by the same name, I think, Esoteric Detective, and she takes, questions for an entire week. And sometimes she says she gets like 600 or 700 emails that she sifts through and then touches on each week on, Mandela effect. And, I say she because, for a long time it was a computer voice known as Emma, but it's actually a male that does the talking. I was named as the Esoteric Detective YouTube channel.
I'll have to look at that. I mean, yeah. I mean, there's some things, some ideas. I'd like to do that. Just have a day of, just shoot your question. I mean, we try that. And like I said,
I'd love to have a Mandela effect. I'd love to have a Mandela effect night. Both a combination of a guest or two, and as well as getting some of the listeners to interact that are knowledgeable.
Look, I can tell you, I don't know if you listen to the Manu Inarami, from Star Trek Renegades. He was on the show, and I know I've been in contact with him and his roommate, whatever he wants to call her these days. And they're into it, and there's a lot of guys in Hollywood that are into the Mandela effect. Who knows who could pop in on that show? And I just got to give him the heads up that we're going to talk about, because that he is like, especially since he actually auditioned for a role on Sex in the City.
Exactly.
And he knows the producer. He was going to call the producer and ask him what the heck.
He's going to.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a great show. He's like, I'm calling the guy. I know the guy. I'm calling him. So we'll get, wow.
And I think it would be neat to have some other Hollywood types that Manu could, possibly bring in.
We're
because so many Mandela effects have to deal with famous Hollywood types. Names changes,
Yeah, no, we're working on it. I mean, we have our end, obviously, with Star Trek and stuff. So we're working on getting some people, and Manu right now is so busy with the circuit, and you guys haven't gone out there. If you can give a couple bucks to the circuit, that would be awesome.
As soon as I have it, I'm going to give it like $5 or $10 or $20.
Whatever you guys can do. That would. Well, I got to see that move. That thing's going to be awesome.
Oh, it is. It's such a great idea. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to get a hold of some of the people I know on Facebook that have 3,000 to 5,000 friends.
I told them Comic-Con and stuff. I got to get them in touch. I've got a couple buddies on YouTube that have over 1 million subscribers, and these guys are geeks, computer guys. So they're into the whole Comic-Con scene. And I've been trying to reach out to them, and it's just so hard to get them to answer these days because they're so busy, and YouTube has changed a lot of its revenue models. So these guys are scrambling to find other resources. And so that's why we're kind of stepping away from the YouTube revenue model here and going to straight advertising. And,
and I think the whole way they set up the YouTube cyber police or whatever the heck they're calling them now, the fact that, there's no qualification process. These are just randomly picked individuals.
Yep.
It sounds like. And
they turn you in and then,
Yep.
Well,
that's going to be a nightmare, much like Facebook has, to do the live stuff.
Well, one of the things, I can't play it now, but one of the things, and I don't know if I want to tread on this, but one of the things that we have done is we've reached out to the management group of Cuckoos and those guys, some of the old classic Art Bell songs, and we want to bring those back.
Oh, wonderful.
But we're working that out. But see, YouTube will never, even though, because I've had Jennifer Batten on here and I've had Ed Roman on here, and even though we get their permission to play their songs, now we have the one, because that one was the I Am Love song. We got exclusive permission to play that one. So that's cool from the management. We actually had the management company contact YouTube and say, hey, look, Jeff has the rights to play the song. But the other ones, we always get dinged. And so even though we get permission, we're still going to get dinged. But I mean, what's the worst? They're going to say, well, you can't monetize your YouTube feed. Well, if we pick up secondary advertising, I don't care about monetizing anyways, because we have the advertising and sponsorship. I'm going to make.
I think you make like $3,000 or $3,500 per million views. I mean,
it's anywhere from 56 cents per thousand to 86 cents per thousand is what it breaks out to. So it doesn't.
You have your other streams that kind of matter. And the other thing I thought that when you were telling of those are some really great advertisers to get is, it sounds like that brings you quite a big step closer to securing that $23,000 board you want.
Well, that's out of the board. So let me tell you what that is actually. So that's the board. All right. So that's the board. That's the phone hybrid that actually integrates in with Skype. So you can have Skype phone numbers. You can have Skype lines where people can call in using Skype, not the phone number. So that gives us that. That also gives us the codecs to connect to the XDS, to the satellite system, so we can feed out to the syndication. That also gives us the compressor. Right now I'm running if you guys were watching yesterday's show, the audio compressor that I was using, I didn't write that. I used a product called vHost and then VST host. And then inside there, I added components and built my own compressor. Well, this system is actually an 8-channel, 15-band compressor, because what happens is right now my voice is actually higher than it normally is. The reason being is because I have the call listener, I have the caller that I have to keep on the high side. So I can actually, so right now everything goes through the same compressor. So it all goes into one channel, comes out one channel. When I had the 8-band compressor, because I was listening to it yesterday and I'm like, Jesus, I'm annoying. My voice is annoying. And
no, you still sound better than almost any of the other shows out there.
Thank you. Yeah. But I was like, my voice, that is not my voice. I have a deeper voice than that. But it's because I have to EQ it high so that the audio, but with this other system, it has an 8-channel in. So my voice, I can actually EQ me to my voice, and I can EQ so I can keep everything on its own level. So that's the other piece of equipment.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah. So we have that. We have that. Yeah. So all of that equipment together is 23,000. And then, we have the studio here, and we are looking at another 25,000 to build an actual studio. I can get away with what I have. I mean, with that working in this environment, but I would like to have a full kind of like desk studio with cameras and everything. And that's an additional 25. So you're looking at about $50,000, total investment. And
I could see you getting there shortly after the beginning of the year.
In due time. My thing is look, we can't get grandiose with this. We have to just grow it in due time and do the thing. And, look, I'm a firm believer that I'm not ready yet for prime time. I don't think I am.
Yeah. Not again, anyway.
Yeah.
It felt like you were pretty close last time with, having 1,000 to 3,000 listeners regularly.
When I did my Patriot show, we would every show we had 2,000 listeners. I mean, that was a given. And some shows we had 20 to 40,000, depending on who I had as a guest. And I had Joe the plumber on the show. I had Sarah Palin, Governor Palin on the show. I mean, we had some.
I got to hear that one sometime.
It's all been taken. It's all. What really upsets me, and I didn't archive them because I always thought that they would be there. The SoundCloud would always be there. And they all went away. All these shows are archived and they're backed up and everything. I had a director. Check this out. I had one of the presidents of the monetary fund, the IMF.
The IMF,
she was on the show, and this is crazy. So she's talking about, she was the president, she was one of the bankers of the IMF. She was on the show and she was talking about the IMF corruption, and she was she was laying it all out there. During the show, she flipped over to be a reptilian.
Wow.
On the show.
Now,
that show.
Is that what made you a believer, or were you a believer before then?
I was not. I was like, I actually said, and I think Jeff Hayes listened to that show. Jeff was, in the middle of the show, she transformed supposedly on the air into a reptilian, and she started just like, we're going to take you over. We're going to take this country over. We're going to take this world over. We are tired of you. I mean, she just went nuts she completely just lost it on the show. She was normal saying, and I looked her up, before bringing her on, because someone referred her to me, said, you got to get this lady on. And then she flipped, and I'm like, I'm just like, at that time I wasn't quite awake. I listened to Art Bell and stuff, but I really wasn't into a lot of the stuff. Yeah. And I'm like, you're batshit, crazy. And oh my, it was incredible. But I had her, she transformed on the show, and she was an IMF banker. And she was talking about the corruption, but then she just flipped instantly, talked about how the Armada's coming and it's going to destroy us, and we're just nothing but food, and that's all we're ever going to be is cattle. I mean, she went nuts, man, on the show.
Well, that Armada has actually been stopped. There was that was one of the things that I had not put in the second book, and one of the things I'm putting back in.
Yeah.
The battle that took place between the Nephilim and the reptilians. The Nephilims are the only ones who ever defeated the reptilians. They had never encountered warriors of that speed and mentality. But the ships they created to destroy them are the long cigar-looking ones. And they're basically capacitor banks, one after the other, surrounded by a secondary outer shell, much like a jar capacitor. So the outer shell has a much higher voltage, the combination of all the other capacitors stacked. When I was in school, I remember asking, why are we using picofarads for these capacitors? And they said, well, what? I said, how big would a 1 farad capacitor be? And my
capacitors?
The capacitors are called microfarads, picofarads.
Oh, 1 microfarad? How big would a 1 microfarad capacitor be?
No. How big would a 1 farad be?
Oh, okay, gotcha. 1 farad.
So I asked the instructor, and he said they actually worked that out in school. He said it's about a mile in diameter. Wow.
So
and that's exactly the size of these capacitors in these ships. They're about a mile in diameter, back to back.
That'd be great.
Wow. And what they did was they would tap into zero-point energy. They didn't really release any energy. They sort of ripped the time continuum and fired these massive thunderbolts. Yeah. The ones that damaged the moon, the damage on the moon that's from those thunderbolts. And that's what destroyed the reptilians, because they would come at you like hornets once you piss them off. But because they'd captured some of the ships, they harmonically tuned the lightning bolt to those ships. Resonance of the toroidal field.
So hold on, guys. I want to, because in the chat room. So Joe used to listen to my old show. Joe Sullivan. Yeah, that's in the chat room.
I wonder if
he's the one that set the freaking. He's the one that set the call up. I remember that now, Joe. Yes, it was you. Oh, wow. That Joe Sullivan's the one that set the call up with her and said, "Yeah, you need to get her on the show." Wow. And Joe remembers. She was. Look at what he's saying in the chat room. He's like, "Yeah, she was nuttier than a fruitcake, man." But no, she flipped out. I never. I mean, I was like,
if you know any old listeners, Joe, reach out to them. See if anyone recorded that show or any of his other old shows. You know? Like if anyone has old recordings, if there's some way you can reach out to your old listenership.
Oh my God, Joe, we got to get her back on the show. He's got her in his Facebook friends. No way. We got to get her on the show. Joe, please set that up.
Go on a show of yours again?
She will do it because this is actually the appropriate show. She liked me.
Awesome. Oh, good.
I think she liked the show, but she was nuts, man. Oh, I don't want to say nuts. I don't want to say nuts because she believed what she believes. I got to stop using. But she just flipped out on the show. I wish I had it. I record them all now, but she just lost it. I mean, the first hour of the show.
We got to get her on Skype so we could have her on video too, in case she does any.
Just in case her eyes change.
Yeah,
he's going to do it. He's going to set it up. That would be awesome, Joe. Tell her, you remember the old show, so tell her, hey, remember the guy? He's now doing a paranormal show. Joe will take care of it and everything.
Awesome.
Yeah, but no,
Joe seems like a good guy.
I can't tell you. She was normal as could be, as professional, and it was like, wow. And then all of a sudden, man, she just, whoom. I mean, just they're coming for you. And she just, oh my Lord, it was crazy and stuff. So, by the way,
imagine having someone like her on at the same time you had, like, say, Jim Mars on, and the two of them interacting with each other.
But having me on now with what I know.
Yeah, exactly.
I would have fun. I would have a great time with this.
Oh yeah.
I would probably get Stephen Greer on the call. I'd probably reach out to Stephen and see if I can get him on the call.
I sometimes wonder if Stephen might be a bit of a shill myself.
Yeah.
I still respect him.
But I would still get him on. It would be fun. Hey, everybody that's out there. Hold on for a second. Don't say anything. Hold on, John. So everybody that's out there in YouTube land, I am holding up Joseph Five Eagles book, Joseph Five Eagles Reina book in Credulous. And it's the advanced copy that I got from Joe. And by the way, there's my marker. So yes, Joseph, I have been reading it and I'm about done with it. So that's in Facebook. Get out there. And has that hit press yet, Joe?
Yes, it has. And there were some errors that were missed by both the editing, myself, and a few other readers, but the advanced readers caught them, so all that was corrected before it went out.
So that, because I have the advanced, the ARR. Great book. I love it. Sandy's actually going to read it.
I can't wait for
Sandy's going to read it.
Well, I know about the Mandela effect before I wrote it, but afterwards, the evidence I was finding, it's like, wait, I don't remember that being in there before. And that really tripped me out when I later found out about the Mandela effect, especially with the whole lion and the lamb thing.
Yeah.
Isaiah 11:3. I remember that. I don't recall ever reading that verse, but I remember people reading it in church. And to see the wolf will dwell with the lamb just doesn't fit.
No, it's a lion. The lion will dwell with the lamb.
And in post,
and then the Lord's Prayer getting changed.
Yeah.
From trespassers to debtors. Like, come on, that's
I remember crazy. Debtors. The Catholic version used to say debtors, and that was more accurate.
Yeah, that was debtors.
But the King James version didn't. And now it does, apparently. Yeah. And I heard that the one of the Bibles to get is actually the Geneva Bible, and the bound copies. I'd like to I think it'd be neat to get an expert on the Geneva Bible, especially one that might be similar to the Mandela effect, or at least
anything that comes out of Geneva. I don't want to read. I have no desire to read that crap. I should, though. I shouldn't say that. I shouldn't say that.
This predates the King James version, actually, your chat room was talking about it a couple of days ago, I think, or maybe I read it somewhere else. I'm trying to remember where I read that just in the last couple of days. But you talking about the war against the Anunnaki and the Nephilim made me think of something I'd like to mention to you guys if you feel like spend another maybe 2 or 3 minutes. Do you feel like it? Just maybe 3 minutes?
Go ahead. Let's do this. I usually don't go to bed until 4 anyway, so let's go.
Right. Yeah. So I found this really out there book that it wasn't until years later I started to even believe a fraction of this, and then in the end I pretty much believed everything this book said. And it talked about the dinosaurs actually being multiple races of alien beings and being hyper-intelligent, far more intelligent than mankind is. And that they ended up having a war on this planet. And it wasn't actually a meteoroid that destroyed the planet. They were actually using they were actually creating a time-space rift. and the moon was an artificial satellite, and they were it got to the point where one of the battling sides of the dinosaurs had virtually evacuated the planet, and were just going to destroy the Earth with the artificial moon. And they got something wrong, and it just ended up kind of bouncing off our atmosphere and going back into space. Now, another reason I wanted to bring this up that I thought you guys would find interesting is the Bible a lot of times and other ancient texts, to my knowledge, maybe Assyrian, Babylonian, I think as well, talk about a time where there was kind of like a crystal firmament in the air. Like there was actually crystal in the air, as if there was a hardened thing around the atmosphere. Now, the interesting thing there is that sounds really crazy and really out there, but this book talked about that, and then it later made sense, because in order to have animals as big as dinosaurs and plants big enough to support animals as big as dinosaurs, there had to be increased osmotic pressure, increased concentration of oxygen, increased atmospheric pressure, increased osmotic pressure in the Earth. And one of the only ways that would really make sense would be to have something like a crystal firmament in the sky. Mm-hmm. So apparently, when they destroyed the dinosaurs, they also heavily damaged that crystal firmament. And this was one of the reasons why people would live 1,000, 2,000, even 3,000 years before the time of Noah, was because there was still some of that crystal firmament giving higher levels of oxygen and also protecting us much more greatly against UV, solar flares, and the like.
You should look into the research of Dr. Ball over at the Glen Rose Museum, Creation
Dr. What?
Museum. Baum, I think is his last name.
You're talking about the gentleman in Texas, the old miner-looking guy?
Oh, no, what you're talking about, that's Joseph. You're not talking about the Mount Blanco Museum, are you?
No. Creation Evidence Museum.
Okay.
In Rose.
Okay.
Yeah, that
he said they worked it out that it was made from hydrogen. It was a crystal, and it gives a specific color. It's like a pinkish rosy color. And when they put this glass in the barometric chamber where he was doing his research, he recreated the environment before the time of Noah, and he placed these screens, these shields of that color, a window basically into the chamber. And inside the chamber, the piranhas were massive. They weren't flesh-eating. The snake venom was non-poisonous at the molecular level. And the animals all lived much longer. And that was just because of the color of that, like a pinkish rose color. But it has to do with the frequency of hydrogen. And he speaks of it also. The firmament specifically states that there was a coating. But also, and I can't let you guys go, my theory is that Earth did not exist back then. It was not part of this solar system. The planet on this side of Jupiter was a giant planet the size of Saturn. When it was destroyed during the galactic battle 11,500 years ago, a small piece of it became Earth. And the Anunnaki mentioned this. At first I thought that was insane. They say it was 450,000 years ago. The evidence all points to it being 11,500 years ago. And the moon came with it because it is artificial. And the dinosaurs couldn't sustain. The big ones couldn't live in that environment. We had 50% oxygen at the time. They're gigantic trees. But in the smaller world, we had 20% oxygen only with what was left over. And, all the bigger mammals, they all died at that exact time. There were 35 species, dire wolves, the saber-tooth tigers, the mammoths. They all died at that same time. But anyway, I'd like to go over that with you later.
That's awesome.
Touch base with you on Facebook.
You spell his name B-A-U-M then? Or
I don't remember how to spell his name, but just look up Creation Evidence Museum. Okay. He is I've spoken with him. He believes that Noah's flood happened 4,000 years ago, but because of the work I've done on Planet X, I know it came back 3,600 years ago. And by the way, I'd really like you to put me in contact with Marshall Masters. I got to go over some stuff for them on Planet X. But that would make Noah only 400 years older at the time of the Exodus, and the Jews were in Israel for 400 years. So that means Noah would have been alive and president when Joseph was sold into slavery. So it can't be there. It has to be back 7,000 years ago. The second to last. Well, okay, this last passing was Exodus. The passing before that was the flood of Noah.
Wow.
For Planet X.
Now, did you guys ever hear? I can do this real quick. Did you guys ever hear that Neil Bohr, after World War II, spent years researching the Nile because he was looking for when did the flood happen?
Yeah.
So he ended up going back, and the Nile floods like every 7 years, and it has other cycles as well, but its main cycle I think is every 7 years. So back to the layer, it needs the a few X inches, like I can't remember, 3 to 6 inches of mud, and then every 7 years there'd be a much bigger concentration of mud. When we got back about it was somewhere between 3,500 and 4,000 years ago, I think, or it might have been 3,500 and 4,000 BC, but I'm pretty sure it was somewhere in that like 3,700 give or take range 100 years ago, which if it corresponds to Nibiru, would correspond to what Nibiru's cycle is supposed to be if it's coming back, which is about 3,600 years, most people say. That would correspond to that. Well, instead of seeing like a few inches or every 7 years, like 6 inches to a foot of mud, he ended up running into like 12 or 20 feet of mud at that time period. And he's like, that must have been when the Great Flood happened.
Yeah.
And that was actually, Niels Bohr, one of the most respected scientists without a doubt in the world at that time.
Yeah, you're going to find, I mean, you're going to find a lot of esoteric beliefs in a lot of the older systems and stuff. I mean, it's it's your modern thinkers who have kind of stepped away from the esoteric. Because a lot of you think about it, a lot of your thinkers, they thought about these things and they actually, thought about them. And now, the esoteric arts, like if you look at Hippocrates and the Hippocratic Oath, there was a whole section in the Hippocratic Oath about, and we're going to actually, our guest on Friday that's going to be joining us is Beth Leone. And she talks about that and how the Hippocratic Oath, there was one part where it said you can't heal unless you know yourself, unless the esoteric beliefs were also part of that. So, guys, I have to.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jeff.
Yeah, no, we're going to have to call it a night. We got kicked off of Spreaker because we went over 5 hours. So, wow. So they kicked us off.
Thank you so much. Really?
Oh, not a problem. We're going to have to do this. We're going to have to do this again, guys. Definitely again. So,
Joseph,
check.
You're amazing, and I really appreciate you.
Thank you, man. I appreciate it. It means a lot to me. And guess what? Tomorrow, we're going to have Kathleen Martin on. Now, I don't know if you know this, who Kathleen is. She is the one, she writes books with Stanton Friedman. And they wrote Captured, the Betty and Barney Hill story, Fact, Fiction, and Flying Saucers, Making Contact, Alien Abduction. So she's going to be on tomorrow. And then the following week, on the 27th, we're going to have Stanton Friedman himself is going to be joining us on the show the 27th. But so we have Kathleen Mardine tomorrow. We're going to have Neil Slade on the 20th, which is the mind guy, the mind control. And then we're going to have Beth Leone on that Friday as well. So that's going to be really cool. Beth is awesome. She's a 5th degree black belt, a Tao princess, and a spiritual guru. Oh, wow. Yeah, she's the real deal, man. She's not someone you want to mess with.
More based on one, because she understands energy on more.
Well, that's the thing. That was a great show. I had a really good time with her. And, that's actually a recorded show we did over the weekend because of her schedule. She is actually the girlfriend of David Wilcox.
Oh,
her husband was the famous MMA fighter and Kung Fu master, Leone.
Now I know what you're talking about.
But she is, and it was funny because we're talking about the show and we were talking and she goes, by the way, my boyfriend is David Wilcox. And I'm sitting here going, well, the show's all about you. But if David wants to jump in, get him on the air. And I'd love to talk to him. But the show's all about you. I didn't want to be a ungracious host and say, oh, well, then, and that the last thing I wanted to do is make her think that I was using her to get to David. But who knows? Maybe we can work something out. I'd love to get David on the show.
Really quick, I had another guest idea for you. I was wondering, Duncan Rhodes, the editor of Nexus Magazine.
Man, light them up. I'm telling you. If you know these guys, reach out. You got my permission to tell people about us. They help us get guests. I mean, anybody. Throw me that email. Yeah, I will.
And
I'll shoot
I'm going to start lining people up these next couple days.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you. So, hey,
I love you.
Man, thank you
so much.
Hey, Joseph, Five Eagles, man, thanks for joining us here at the end. And what a great conversation.
I hope the Great Spirit stays with you as I feel he is always with you, Joseph. I really feel your spirit, and I appreciate not only your wealth and breadth of knowledge, and depth of knowledge, but I also just really appreciate your energy and how you carry yourself and interact with everyone on more than just the physical level too. I feel you, brother. I feel you. I feel the Great Spirit in you.
There you go.
Well, thank you very much.
You're a beautiful man. You're a beautiful man.
Remember when I warned you about the meteorite strike?
Yeah. What's up, Joe?
Something worse. So if you can call me on the phone,
okay.
I'll cover it then.
I'll give you a shout. Let's do this. Let me close this one down. Keep your Skype open. I'll just Skype with you. Is that okay?
Okay. It won't take but a few minutes.
Yeah, it's going to take me. It's going to take me 2 minutes to shut down and play our exit song and everything.
Hey,
so
can I conference call and just plug on the wall and just listen? Do you guys mind? I could usually conference call with my phone. I could call you your number.
Joseph, that's up to you, man. That's up to you. I don't.
I just be a fly on the wall.
I'll get your number from.
Well, hey, guys, why don't we do this? Just stay on the line. Let me play the exit cue, and then when we're done, I'll just shut everything down, and then we'll just talk on this line. Just stay on this line.
Wonderful.
Right? I'm going to put you guys on. Just be quiet for a little bit. So
exactly.
That's it. So hey, everybody, I just want to say, man, what a show. What a show. One More Town. What is that how that song goes? No, this is incredible, guys. We started out with L.A. Marzulli, and I appreciate very much the time that he spent with us on the Skype line. We did 2 hours there. Then we did an hour of me just babbling, talking about New World. And then our great, very close friend, Joseph Reyna, Five Eagles, joined us. And, of course, then John jumped in, and that was awesome. And then Joe, man, I appreciate you in chat room. Set that meeting up with the IMF. We got to get her to flip out again. And that was incredible, man. Those were some good days. I remember those days, and it's amazing. There are a few people. Jeff Hayes, like I said, remembers me from those days. I mean, there's a lot of people that I owe a lot of thanks, many thanks to, and everything. And more importantly, I owe a thanks to you guys, the listeners out there, the people that support us. We are growing. We're doing that because of you and your inputs and your support. And I just want to say I'm truly blessed. Thank you. Thank you very much. Get out there and incredulous. Get out the Joseph Five Eagles author page here, and all you have to do is type in Five Eagles or Eagles, or just type in 5 in the search button. You go there and you'll see his book. There'll be a link. Get out there, and of course, L.A. Marzulli. Get out, check out his site. We're going to get all his links set up for tomorrow and get those published so you guys can purchase his books, his DVDs, his Watcher series, and everything. Wow, what a night. What an incredible night. I know we went long, but it was definitely worth it. There's nothing better I would rather be doing than talking to you, our dedicated listeners, and I appreciate you guys very much. Like always, as you guys know, if you can be anything, just make sure, as Ed Roman would say, be love. I'm out of here.
up with us all. The scars that you get each day make you stronger somehow in some way. Look for your own truth in your heart when it's told. You know, it may seem like a coda, but I learned it from my Baba. It's not what you believe, it's what you do. It's what you do. It's what you do. What you doing now? In a fraction of an inch. And loving always one is supposed to be a cinch. Be a messenger, be a radical, be love. Be a messenger, be a radical.
With Jeff Norton on the Paranormal State Radio Network.